It's 8 o'clock on Today. Coming up in the courtroom, new details about the timeline of those brutal murders in Idaho as the suspect makes his first appearance before a judge, how the police were able to track him down, and what we're learning about a surviving roommate's encounter with the killer. Then, Renner's recovery, how the Avengers star is doing after being crushed by a snowplow on New Year's Day.
That was the first shower. I was definitely a week or so.
What his sister is telling NBC News about his condition. Plus, Spare, Prince Harry's highly anticipated memoir, leaks early. Stunning revelations in the new book, including details about his past drug use and the moment he found out his mother Diana had died. We'll tell you about the personal and stunning allegations about his own family. And from today to tonight,
please welcome Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb.
Hoda and I stayed up to chat with our friend Jimmy Fallon, and we'll share all the highlights from our late night visit today, Friday, January 6th, 2023.
Kicking off the weekend in Al's neck of the woods.
We've been watching Al for 3 decades.
Visiting from Buffalo, New York, Waco, Texas, Lansing, Michigan, Heath Springs, South Carolina, and Maple Park, Illinois, to meet Al Roker.
Welcome back, Mr. Roker.
We love you, Al!
Hey, Al, it's great to have you back, pal.
Wow, how about that?
How about that?
Pulled out all the stops.
How about that?
My God.
From the closet to the White House, everyone is welcoming back Al this morning.
Thank you.
Welcome back. It's a pretty special morning around here. Nice to have you along with us.
my God.
I mean, you're people.
Have you ever seen a head that big of yourself? Seriously.
Well, I've seen Craig's.
Oh, he's back. He's back. He's back, baby.
All right, let's get a boost, Missy.
Let's have a boost. All right, 10-year-old Grayson had not seen his best friend Coleman since Grayson's family left Pennsylvania and they moved to South Carolina. So when Grayson returned to the area for a family event, he decided he was going to drop in on his old pal and surprise him.
Did you miss me?
Oh, buddy.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, my God. Both boys went right in for that hug. It was their moms who set up the reunion. They said the two boys were like brothers. They'd been inseparable. Oh, wow.
So sweet.
That's
a real hug.
Yeah.
That's how we've been hugging Al all morning.
Yes, it feels good. Let me tell you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Welcome back. Prince Harry and Meghan Markle made global headlines with their recent Netflix documentary, but that appears to be nothing compared to the new memoir that Harry is releasing.
Yeah, a lot of revelations. NBC's chief international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us from Buckingham Palace with a copy of the book in Spanish.
Yeah.
Keir, good morning. Buenos dias.
Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, we have the book. It's not supposed to be out until Tuesday, but here it is in Spanish. My fantastic colleagues here in the UK and in Spain managed to purchase a copy in Spain, fly it back here to the UK. We've been going through the pages. I got to tell you, there is revelation after revelation. This morning, an avalanche of sensational accusations and allegations in Prince Harry's new book. NBC News obtaining a Spanish language copy of Spare. In it, the Duke of Sussex describes how he says his brother William knocked him to the floor in 2019. This morning, in a newly released excerpt from his interview with British broadcaster ITV, Harry talking about that moment.
I saw this red mist in him. He wanted me to hit him back, but I chose not to.
And the book reveals many more tense exchanges with family members. Before Harry and Meghan's wedding, Harry says Meghan upset Catherine, Princess of Wales, by telling her after she'd just given birth she must be suffering from baby brain. Harry alleges that Meghan apologised, but William pointed a finger at her, saying, "It's rude, Meghan. These things are not done here." To which she responded, "If you don't mind, keep your finger out of my face." Of Camilla, now the Queen Consort, Harry writes, "Willie and I promised our father that we would welcome Camilla to the family. The only thing we asked for in return was that he didn't marry her. You don't need to get married again, we asked him." He says his father, now King Charles, would often joke that he was not Harry's father, and that William and Kate privately howled with laughter at a Nazi uniform he wore to a Halloween party, for which he had to apologise. But he also reveals deeply private details of his royal life. He writes of taking cocaine and other drugs, losing his virginity, and of the moment he was told his mother, Princess Diana, had died. Charles broke the news, he says, calling him "my dear son." "What I do remember," he says, with stunning clarity, "is that I did not cry, not a tear. My father did not hug me." Later, Prince Harry describes driving through the Paris tunnel where Diana's fatal crash happened in an effort to find resolution, adding that he and William wanted to call for the investigation into Diana's death to be reopened. They were, he says, persuaded not to. Harry asked by ABC News how his mother would feel about his relationship with William now.
I think she would be sad. I think she'd be looking at it long term, to know that there are certain things that we need to go through to be able to heal the relationship.
One of many revelations for a book unlike any written by a member of the royal family. And guys, still no comment from the royal palaces. We don't even know if they have a copy of the book right now. Maybe they want to give their friends in the Spanish royal family a call, or if they're watching, we're just outside, they can come and borrow a copy.
Kara, thank you very much.
All right, clearly we got a lot to unpack, so let's bring in NBC's royal commentator, Daisy McAndrew. Daisy, so many revelations. There's so much that there is to unpack. What struck you of all the new details the most?
You're right, there is so much in there, and some of it, of course, is interesting but basically salacious tittle-tattle. Some is very serious, and that's what the palace behind me will be concerned about. The foremost senior important members of the royal family have come under direct fire. The King, the Queen and the Prince and Princess of Wales. The King, as Keir was just saying, is coming over as uncaring, as cold. The Queen, accused of leaking stories. I have been told that that's not true by well-placed sources. And Kate and William being framed as somebody cold, uncaring, but also aggressive, even violent. And Kate, as we have heard before, making Meghan cry and not being caring herself. These are very damaging accusations.
What's so striking is how much Harry is willing to spill about himself, about the family. I mean, even according to some reports, taking a swipe at William's thinning hair. What is the palace strategy here? So far, they've basically ignored all of this. But do they feel they need to respond, whether with the interviews of their own? How will they address this going forward?
There are two issues. There's a pull and a push here. They will want not to comment. Whether they can hold that line is a completely different matter. And actually, personally, I've changed my opinion over the last 24 hours on this. I know from the past, we know that William and Harry, when they watched their parents rip each other to shreds and tear lumps out of each other during that horrible divorce with the big Panorama interview, the BBC interview that they both did, we know that those boys promised and vowed to each other they would never do the same. But of course, in many ways, Harry has now done the same. He's done the book. He's got 4 interviews coming up in the next few days. And I think the pressure on William, not on Charles, but on William, to sit down and do some kind of interview to answer some of those accusations might become too much to resist.
How do you think this is all going over with the public, both there and overseas? Because I did see a hashtag, it said like hashtag shut up Harry. Like there is a faction that says, we've heard enough. What are you hearing from there?
It's very difficult to tell. We know from the latest polls that Harry and Meghan's popularity in this country has gone down. And at that time, William and Kate's popularity was still holding up very well, as was Charles and Camilla's, not as popular as William and Kate. If you look at the newspapers, you'll see a very different story. The newspapers, because I think in many ways they have been attacked by Harry, they've come out fighting. They're full of stories today talking about, Harry being a grudge-toting man baby, all sorts of insults being hurled at him. I don't think that's necessarily what the public feel, but I do think the public is getting quite sick of this. They will lap it up, they will read it, but I'm not sure it's doing Harry and Meghan's popularity much good. The important thing for the firm behind me is what it's doing to Kate, to William, to Camilla and Charles.
Well, I mean, we've heard it.
Yeah.
We've heard it all. We have the Netflix documentary. Now we have the book. So they say they want to tell their side of the story. That story has been amply told, Daisy, and we'll get the copy in English at some point, and people can read it here as well.
Thank you, Daisy.
Cutting back on alcohol, especially after the first of the year. So get this, the non-alcoholic beverage market is expected to reach $1.6 trillion by 2026. I contributed nothing to that.
No, but you can still have fun. So we invited award-winning mixologist LP O'Brien to join us. She's the winner of Netflix television series Drink Masters. She's got some great non-alcoholic cocktails to share with us. We joke about it, but it's a great thing to do in January. And actually, I just read that studies show that these good habits sometimes last far after January.
For sure. Absolutely.
By the way, can we just welcome you to the Today Show for the first time?
Yeah,
you're from the Bronx.
Thank you. Yes.
I loved you put out this little tune-in post for this morning, and it was so heartfelt.
Yeah.
And I really loved it. So welcome. It's great to have you.
Yeah, we're delighted. Next time, bring alcohol. But okay, let's do these dry January cocktails.
So what's the deal? What are we going to start with?
So this is a berry smash cocktail. Just really trying
berry smash.
Yeah, display the simplicity that can really be with making beverages, right? We can take ingredients that are in our pantry, in our home. So I have fruit, a little bit of mint, and then lemon peel. I'm adding simple syrup.
Okay.
And I'm going to muddle that.
Can you make a simple syrup?
Yeah.
What is a simple syrup?
Yeah, so simple syrup is sugar and water.
Oh.
You can just,
You can
make that at home.
Stovetop and kind of make it?
Yeah, or, honestly, if you have hot water, take your sugar, just make sure it's all mixed together, right?
Okay.
And so I'm going to add hibiscus tea.
I like that.
Yeah, a little bit of lemon tea.
Mm-hmm.
And then lemon juice to balance the drink.
So you muddled a little, but you didn't puree. So you're going to have kind of the chunky bits still in there.
For sure. And remember, we're going to shake this cocktail as well.
Okay.
The first initial muddle is just to get those oils and flavors mixed into the glass.
Okay.
And then what does it go? Soda or something carbonated?
So basically what we do is we muddle this cocktail. You'd put ice in here, give it a nice little shake.
Okay, I think we have some ice. Do you want to show us that shake?
Yeah, I'm wearing white.
Yes. No, I know exactly. Too dangerous. I'll shake it.
Magic of TV.
Okay.
Exactly. So then I'll pour that in my glass.
Okay.
I think the mocktail works because you're going through the procedural motions of making or building a cocktail. So your brain's already in that mode of all right, we're making a drink. And then when you have it and you're drinking it, it's almost placebo. It's not even about the alcohol.
No, it's fun just to have something
exactly.
Have a cocktail in your hand.
There you go.
Thank you so much.
Let's try cheersing.
Yeah.
Cheers. Happy New Year.
Cheers, cheers,
Thanks,
cheers.
Happy New Year.
Okay. Ooh. That is delicious and
Delicious.
refreshing.
Very refreshing.
Yeah.
And a great idea, actually. If
What is the
dry
soda,
January.
This is ginger or
Ginger.
beer. Yeah.
And you
I
can
taste
use
a little
you can use
ginger.
Fresca.
You
or
can
anything,
use
right?
you can use regular soda water as well. It depends on the
Carson
flavor.
and
you wanna put.
Fresca.
I'm a fan
I
of
love
70s
it. You
soft
must have stock in Fresca.
You can use
okay.
Tab, right?
Exactly.
Sorry.
Okay,
What's
so
next?
tell us about this next one.
Yeah, so this is going to be our lemon and tonic. So we want to kind of accentuate the flavors you'd normally get in tonic. Quinine. Today we're using ginger, or ground ginger, a little bit of elderflower, and then mustard seed. So
cool.
we're going to place that in our simple syrup that we make. And then you can really do this with anything. If you have juniper, whatever you want to do. I basically add lemon peel as well. Those oils are really going to be lovely in this. And I'd let this sit, muddle it a bit, let this sit for probably 5 minutes, up to a couple of hours, honestly, depending on the
Just
flavors.
on the counter, or would you refrigerate, or it doesn't matter?
Exactly. That's a great question. I put it on my counter.
Okay,
Room
great.
temperature is your
If you're
best friend there.
taking January off of drinking, can you still go out with friends to like a hot bar that has a mixologist and get this? Will they make this without alcohol?
Yeah, you know, there are a lot of amazing bar programs that are really spending a lot of time in making beverages that still provide you with a very good experience without the alcohol. And that's our goal here.
That's great.
Yeah, so you put that syrup in your glass, top it off with tonic, and then you're going to garnish with a mint sprig, maybe some juniper berries, and a beautiful lemon peel.
I love it.
Yeah.
They taste good. They look great.
Yes.
Pretty.
Yes, because we drink with our eyes.
I'm getting sober.
I know.
Let's do it.
Exactly. Woo.
Go.
Cheers. Cheers. Let's try this
Happy New Year.
one. Ooh, I like that. It reminds me of my favorite
That's
cocktail,
good.
a real lemony, limey kind of thing.
I'm not saying we should do it, but gin would be good in here.
Oh, my.
But that's exactly
That's like a
it.
gin base.
Exactly.
For wet February.
That's
Okay.
exactly
Wet
it.
February. Make it rain in February, Samantha.
All right, this is my favorite
Monsoon
cocktail.
February.
Yes,
No.
yes, and I think you'll like this one.
Okay.
So this is going to be an espresso and chocolate variation on an
This is
espresso
like-
martini.
like
right?
fun.
This is the drink right now. So basically what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you to make simple syrup.
Okay.
You take water on a stovetop, you add your sugar.
Wow, a lot of sugar.
That's a lot of sugar, but it's
Yep.
a big batch of simple syrup.
Yep.
So we're going to use chocolate orange tea. That's going to really
Wait,
be
what is that?
chocolate orange tea.
Oh, how interesting.
Yes.
Can you buy that?
You can buy that. You can buy it at the grocery store. If you can't buy chocolate orange, you can buy orange and chocolate, and they're just
Okay.
you know, blended together. Basically, this is going to sit here. We're going to oversteep it so it has these very tannic flavors, kind of getting something similar you'd get if you put alcohol in a drink, right?
Okay.
We're really trying to manipulate flavors here. So I take my syrup once it's done. I have it here. I'm going to place it into my tin.
Okay. Oh, it comes out kind of caramely looking. Nice.
Exactly. A little bit of coconut milk.
Okay.
And then espresso.
LP, what did you see when you were younger that made you want to do this? What was your...
You know, that's a really great question. That takes a whole other segment. I don't think we have
Was it
time.
Come back for wet February.
You know, I think I was a nurse, and I really loved working with people.
Okay.
And for me, this was a really good way to connect with people and continue to tell
I
stories.
can see the nurse connection.
Yeah, for sure.
You're
Oh my
healing us
gosh.
all.
Welcome to the Today Show.
Well,
Happy
thank
New
you
Year.
so much.
Happy
We
New
love
Year.
it.
To the Bronx.
We're on the
Cheers.
straight and narrow now,
Yes.
Carson.
Yeah,
Cheers, cheers.
let me try this.
Ooh. It's got a little kick in it, too.
yeah,
Love that.
that'll work.
Thank you.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. It's a new year, and we've got a new Steals and Deals for all of your resolutions, your routines. We got you covered. Our lifestyle and commerce contributor, Jill Martin Brooke, is here with everything you need to know to kick off 2023. Some discounts, by the way, if you're counting. 74% off in some cases.
Yes, we're counting.
We're doing a reset. Let's get it together. Let's focus.
Right.
Let's get healthy.
You know me.
What you got?
I like you to declutter everything,
Yeah.
get everything out, and then only bring in 10s and new.
Okay.
So I wanted to start with the Sweaty Betty Power Workout Leggings.
Okay.
The retail price is $100.
Yeah.
What makes these great, the brand says they've got the sweat wicking material, that moisture wicking material,
Like that.
quick dry, and high elastane in the fabric for compression and feeling great. They're super popular. The brand says they sell a pair of power leggings every 30 seconds.
Wow.
The retail's $100. The deal is $39.
Wow.
61% off. So again, go on our site to see all the fun options. But when you dress the part, it motivates you. Like, get up in the morning, put them on, and they have pockets.
I was going to say a good place for like your phone if you're working out to listen to music.
Okay.
All right. These are weighted bracelets, but for yoga?
Yeah, so they're for everything. I wear these types of bracelets are just around the house. Like, I'm wearing them now.
Oh, they are?
I've been wearing them all morning. They're half a pound each. The Spencer Sports Go Yoga weighted bracelet band set retails $79.95. So they're a half a pound each. That's a pound. You put them on. They're like a very easy bracelet. I'm wearing it with my jewelry right now. You can add it to yoga, to Pilates, just walking around the house.
Just having them,
Yeah, just having them. And they're soft silicone. The brand says they're machine washable too.
Oh, wow.
So you could wear them to work out. They're great. The
Okay.
retail is $79.95. The deal $29, 64% off. Just picture yourself doing even errands or chores around the
Or
house.
if you just went for a walk and just threw those on.
A little extra
All
weight.
right. Let's
Okay.
keep track of all the things we're doing on this
Yes,
watch.
a lot of people into this and want to. The Smart Fit Gear Magro Pro smartwatch, the retail $149.95. Comes with a free app that works with Androids or your iPhone, has more than 20 features, and it tracks things like your heart rate, blood pressure, sleep, music controls, and displays text. So this is really all you need if you don't want to take your phone. The retail price is $149.95. The deal price is $39. That's 74% off. And look how good looking these are.
I was going to say, I kind of also like a round shape, because usually all of the smartwatches are square.
Yeah,
Cool.
I like it. Yeah, and
All right.
really good looking.
How are we going to listen to our music, Jill?
Well, we always need to charge, but this is sort of an all-in-one. The Audio Snacks AirPlus Tune Bluetooth earbuds with charging bundle retail $129.95. So you get the earbuds, the charging case, the silicone case cover, the wireless charging pad, the cable, and
So
more.
how do you
Brand says,
charge?
yeah, it just goes right on it.
You take the whole
Yep,
case?
and just put it there.
Okay, got it.
And the brand says it provides up to 5 hours of playing time, 4 hours of talk time, and charges in just over an hour.
Ooh, fast.
So you can even skip songs with your ear pods, and you could take phone calls. 4 great
Wait,
colors.
what?
The deal price is $37, 72% off. You know, when you go like this, if you
I
don't
like
a
that.
song.
All right, so we have to keep track of our pounds.
You know, you do use. Some people like scales. Do you weigh yourself?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't.
A lot of people do, and a lot of people don't. If you do, this is a great way to do it because it tracks more than just your weight. Go to today.com to see all the details. $41.95 to $69.95 is the retail. They're innovative. They're easy to read display, super stylish, one to match every decor. The retail is $41.95 to $69.95. The deal $21 to $35, 50% off.
Okay. All right.
And last
lastly,
up.
bring
So
it home.
for those of us who would like to learn how to cook to begin with, or just to eat healthy at home, the health conscious cookbook sets from Penguin Random House, the retail $67.50 to $74.99. You get 2 books or 3 books. There's 9 sets to choose from, and you see a lot of popular chefs in here. These are great to just have and to start if you want to start that healthy way of cooking. Meal prep better. The deal price is $26 for the entire set. That's up to 65% off.
U.S. News and World Report said that the Mediterranean diet was the best diet of all, and I see more Mediterranean on both of those. So those are good ones, too, if you want to get on that new track.
Interesting.
All right, Jill, thanks. To shop these products, you can scan that QR code or just head to today.com/deals. And just so you know, Today does make a commission from the purchases made through the links on our website.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes. New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sunday night's showdown here on NBC, a can't miss. Green Bay Packers taking on the Detroit Lions. Both teams fighting to make the playoffs. So here with two incredible playoff-worthy dishes for you to enjoy on game day, our good friend Utica in the house, Mr. Matt
So
Abdu.
good to see you, Mr. Roker. Thank you so much for having me.
Pig Beach Barbecue here in New York and West Palm Beach.
That's right.
That's right.
Indeed.
So you are making, I mean, there's fully loaded. And then there's fully loaded.
Right. That's right.
So what are these hot dogs?
So what we're doing today is we're taking the hot dog, we're elevating it to the next level. And the great thing about what we're doing here is that every single thing we're making is good enough on its own, but adding it to a hot dog is just going to make it like that much more next level.
My gosh. So what are we starting
So
with?
starting off here, this is slow cooker pulled pork. So you can do this the night before, before you go to bed, wake up, pulled pork's ready to go for the game. In a slow cooker, whatever you got, we have some pork shoulder cubed up, apple cider vinegar, apple juice, and our world famous Pig Beach barbecue seasoning. Recipe at today.com or the Pig Beach barbecue cookbook.
Fantastic. Put that
lid on it, cook it for about overnight, low and slow until it's shredded and done.
All right.
In this pot, we're missing Jenna today because we're kicking up some queso, that good old signature canned tomatoes and chilies with that cheesy sauce.
Okay.
Mix it, melt it all
together. Is that just like a Velveeta type of thing?
Exactly.
Okay.
Perfect with whatever you want to do. Eat it with cheese, tortillas, or just put it on the hot dog.
Now, what kind of hot dog do you like?
So we have some really special hot dogs here. Our good friend Chef Ralph Perazzo makes these amazing all-beef natural casing hot dogs. I love them. That's what we use at Pig Beach.
So they got a nice snap to them.
They got a beautiful snap to them. They're incredible.
Like the snap. Did you have the snap yet?
I got the snap.
I love you guys.
Two snaps.
Two snaps. There it is.
All right, so you're
take the hot
grilling
dog,
these.
whether you want to grill it, whether you want to boil it, whether you want to griddle it, whatever you have. If you're tailgating and cooking at home, we're going to take these things, we'll throw them on the grill.
Right.
Cook them. Once they got some nice marks on, they're all set to go. Take your hot dogs.
Do you like the potato bun?
I'm a huge fan of the potato bun. I love that soft, squishy, slightly sweet kind of texture to it. And from here on out, load it up with whatever you want. And this you're gonna have some fun. You can either have the pulled pork, the chili, the cheese, a combination of everything, some crispy onions, pickled jalapenos, a little cherry pepper relish, whatever it has you. What do you guys think?
Come on.
Getting after it?
A lot
I love
of
it.
snap to it.
Can't ever go wrong with a good hot dog, right?
Man.
The most iconic tailgating food that's out there, great football food. Every stadium on the planet's got a good old hot dog. This is a way to elevate it at your home.
Now you're making a great cheesy bacon dip.
So this dip, I gotta tell you, this dip is something that the first time I had it, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. I had it during when everyone was like locked at home during quarantining. My mother-in-law made this for me. Hey, Connie. Hi, Luke. Hi, Megan. Love you guys.
Hey, everybody.
It's so simple to make. All it is cream cheese, some shredded Swiss cheese or Gruyere, and some mayonnaise. We're just going to take all of this, put it in a bowl together. The mayonnaise, right?
Exactly. Well, dry January's over.
Dry January. There you go. You're good to go. You're going to take all of this, and you're just going to simply mix it together. Hopefully your cream cheese is nice and tempered, so it's easy to mix.
So you want like room temperature?
Room temperature cream cheese makes it a lot easier just to kind of get all that stuff mixed together. And then it's just going to go into whatever sort of baking dish that you have. I like these oval baking dishes because they look pretty when they're done. Put right into the baking dish like this. Preheat your oven to 425 degrees or so. Bake it for about 10 to 12 minutes or until all the cheese is nice and melted. Then blast it on your broiler just for a few minutes to get that nice caramelized top right here.
Queso seize, and they're almost not great after about 15 minutes. This is delicious.
Yeah, I mean, even when it does cool down, it's even great too. Like get some crusty bread if you didn't have any crackers and just go have some fun with it.
You had the bacon now?
So yeah, after it's out of the broiler, you get that nice caramelization on top, that nice color. It's got that little crunchy, cheesy part. Bacon, why not? Bacon makes everything better. We're just gonna load up the top with tons and tons of bacon.
And I noticed you got some scallions.
We got some scallions. If you know knife skills, whatever, we can have have some fun, slice them all up, garnish the top of it with some crispy bacon, these sliced scallions over the top of it, and then get your favorite crackers, whatever you like. I love these rice crackers because I think they're nice and crunchy and they hold up really well.
We're loving the
cheese.
Ritz.
The Ritz.
And you can't ever go wrong with a Ritz. Those buttery deliciousness crackers, they're perfect for anything.
Good cracker.
And of course,
Good cracker.
finishing it all with an amazing beer for that football tailgating season.
Now,
we're good to go.
Matt, how much of this could you make ahead of time? So
That's the great thing. You can make almost everything ahead of time so that the day of, all you have to do is just warm things up and get them hot. Finish the hot dogs. You can have a nice little fun buffet with it. Put all the stuff out. People can either just get bowls of it and eat it, or they can put it on their hot dogs, have their own sort of like self-making session. It's fabulous.
Tasting table, what say ye?
Oh
my God.
A good Roker welcome back meal right there.
This is the best.
Yeah,
that's right.
Meat wrapped in meat, put the bacon on top.
Nothing but the best for our guy right here, right? We're so excited. I heard the doctor said you need to eat good foods and all that sort of thing. So here we go, Doc. We're doctor's orders right now.
I'm pulling a chair up, slapping on the feed bag. Matt, thank you so much. You can find Matt's recipes at today.com/food. And don't forget, you can't miss the big clash between Packers, Lions, Sunday night. Coverage starts 7 o'clock Eastern here on NBC, streaming on Peacock. Back with our 3rd hour, 4th hour, 5th hour. We just keep going. It's like voting for the Congress after your local news. It just keeps going.
This morning on the 3rd hour of Today, spare no details. NBC News obtaining a copy of Prince Harry's highly anticipated and controversial memoir. The new allegations about Prince William, King Charles, royal family fights, and Prince Harry's own drug use. Reaction to the wave of new allegations when we go live to Buckingham Palace. Plus, home health remedies to help give you a boost during cold and flu season. Today, nutritionist Joy Bauer here to show us what to eat and some foods to avoid. And the sun is shining once again in Studio 1A. The moment we've all been waiting for. Mr. Roker's return. He's going to tell us how he's feeling, and we got a few surprises to welcome him back. Today, Friday, January 6th, 2023.
Live from Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza, this is the 3rd hour of Today.
Oh, good Friday morning. Welcome to this 3rd hour of Today. Craig, Dylan, Chanel, and we have waited almost 2 months to say this. Al Roker's back.
I have missed you all. I mean, I've seen you all, but at different times. But just together, and I'm actually wearing pants.
Yes.
So that's always a bonus.
Craig's got socks on and ode to you.
Yeah,
He's got some Argyle.
Put on some
nice
Argyles for
socks.
you.
Very nice.
Yeah, I wore my brightest glasses I could find.
Very lovely.
And those are prescription. They are. I'm very dizzy right now, but
We're happy we're happy you're here.
Ready to Roker and roll.
I know.
Well,
how you feeling?
I feel, I really do feel good. I'm sure I'm going to collapse like a stone after this is over because it's the first real work I've done. But it's just been it's been a journey. We had a lot of bumps and rolls. They ended up having a 7-hour surgery to correct a bunch of internal stuff. But thank God for Deborah. She basically shielded me from a lot of this. I had no idea how sick I was.
So you didn't realize how bad it was?
Ignorant. I am a living example of ignorance is bliss. So
even before the sickness.
Oh yeah, well yeah. If you've worked with me, you know that. But yeah, so I was able to put all my energy into just recuperating because I didn't know how bad off I was.
And naturally, through this whole process, you've lost a lot of weight, but your health, everything's fixed. You're good.
Yeah, as the best we know. It seems like every year I go in for something. You have like a tune-up. But I've got a knee coming up. But listen, the fact is, your support, everybody out there, the prayers that came in meant such a big deal because this was, besides the internal stuff, I also had blood clots. Yeah. So that they think maybe was from COVID back in September. So, this was a real dance. And I had these great doctors, Dr. Jay Rahman, Dr. Felicia Sussman, Dr. Pagazzi, and Dr. Pastore, everybody at New York Presbyterian, nurses, the medical staff. I'd never been in an ICU before, at least as a patient. And that's some serious stuff.
Scary. And kudos to your family, too. I mean, it's hard to care for someone for such a long period of time because you have the emotions and you're nervous and you just don't know what's next. But, I mean, your family was by your side.
Well, look, as a guy, I think you don't want your family seeing you vulnerable. Right. You're supposed to be the strength and the strong one. And my like I said, Deborah, my daughter Leela spent like 4 nights at the hospital. Nick came in and Courtney was there. My brother Chris, my sister Lisa flew in from Chicago. We just had and all of you coming in to visit. It was really special. It meant so much.
I learned so much from watching the dynamic with you and Deborah. I mean, Deborah is the best. I mean, she is a rock. She loves hard. She would keep everyone posted. She is. A lot of work. I told her she's like my superhero.
Her journalism skills really paid off too, because when the doctors would come in, Deborah would just pepper them.
Oh yeah. It was to the point where they didn't talk to me. They just
go right to Deborah.
Talk to my rep.
Actually, I do have some questions, Doctor.
Oh, I love it. I love it so much.
That's right. Where were you the night of?
Right. So then, what does the next few weeks and months? What does it look like?
Well, I'm doing PT almost every day, just to get the strength back, get some core back. I'm a shriveled husk now.
Not true.
But and that's just it. And I'm still on blood thinners, so you got to monitor all of that stuff. But otherwise, it's just and this getting back here, I think, is tonic as well.
How do you feel in this moment?
I feel great. No, it's not. It really isn't. I mean, I'm sure it'll hit me later. But when you're in the show,
it's
journalism. The moment we finish the show, 2 things happen: we collapse and we have to go to the bathroom. So,
Did you sleep well last night?
I
Was
did.
It like the nerves before you get the first day of school?
I slept like a baby. Woke up every 2 hours and wet myself.
But he was doing that before the season.
Exactly.
Too.
So
Deborah didn't mind.
It was fantastic.
She loved you so much. So listen, we're not the only ones excited to have Al back. So are your kids? They wanted to share a message with you this morning. Take a look.
Hey Dad, just wanted to welcome you back to work and tell you that I love you.
We are so proud of you and we can't wait to see you back in action on the Today Show.
We wish you all the best and all the luck, and we hope you really thrive in this new year.
They were all so happy that you're back in the office. We know how much you love your job, so we're so happy that you can be back there and with your Today Show fam. So just wishing you the best day and love you. Mwah.
Those 3 kids, I've been telling, and that's that's the thing. Having them all together, they were, Leela, took a time off from her job in Paris, and she was here for 5 weeks, and seeing them all together, and they all fell back into their rhythms, but they were all, Nick would literally come around every 10 minutes and just lean over and kiss me on the head, because he towers over me. I feel like a little Polly Pocket guy.
Well, it's so nice to see you, in your suits again, your flower, your glasses, your pocket watch. We know you've been wearing a lot of Oswego stuff lately.
Yes, I do.
So to make you feel more comfortable, to make you feel at home as you're back here, our wonderful crew.
There you go.
Who's Oswego?
That's right.
Just for you.
Control room.
Look at that. Yes. In fact, my alma mater, SUNY Oswego, was just designated a university on its own. SUNY Oswego is now officially its own university.
Its own university.
Yes.
Because of you?
No. In spite of me. With me off the air, they said, all right, we can actually go for the university designation.
There's a sub shop, too, in Oswego.
The Oswego sub shop.
They sent
me quite the spread. I had a great time making my own sandwiches, including this is the roast beef sub. I made a turkey sub.
Yum.
It was fantastic.
Well, we got to get some weight back on you, so we're going to do our part. We've got some more of your favorite things as well. Matt Abdu, executive chef of one of your favorite places, Pig Beach Barbecue.
Oh.
He brought some of your all-time favorites.
Oh, my goodness. This will be
my man. Oh, my God.
Doctor's orders.
Oh, wow.
Here we go.
Wow.
Pig Beach Barbecue, doctor's orders. I heard you were hungry.
Now, this is what I needed in my IV. Just mainline that bad boy.
Brisket, ribs,
oh my gosh,
bread works for you. Al, we love you.
Pig Beach Barbecue, the best.
You're an absolute. Everyone loves you. Everyone's so excited to have you back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pack that up and
Eat up
that.
and enjoy.
No, he has to eat that right now. One
full
at a time.
In between
but wait,
breaks.
there's more.
There's more.
Some more of your favorite things. Peppermint patties.
Oh.
And gum. Yeah.
Wow.
Peppermint patties. We know you're a big fan.
And Mentos.
And Mentos.
I didn't know you were a Mentos fan. I missed that one.
The fresh maker.
But wait, there's more.
Whoa.
To help you get your weekend started off on the right foot.
Yay.
We got some fun socks.
Fantastic.
For those who don't know, Al Roker only wears the Argyle.
Right now, because of the blood clots, I'm wearing compression socks.
Well, I wasn't going to tell people that.
So they go up a little high. So if I'm wiggling around a little, you know why.
That's why.
There you go. Are they the high-waisted?
Well, let's just say they're coming up to right about here.
Whatever, I do that every day. It's called Spanx.
Exactly.
Maybe we could get him some
In fact, I'm wearing your
compressions.
Spanx.
Dig in. Don't let that
Thank
food
you.
go to
We love you.
waste.
Well, we're
we
so
are so
happy
happy
to have you back. Easy
The
now.
brisket.
We've missed them.
We're all over here like,
You know,
I know, like, can we have?
if you got Harry and William together around some Matt Abdu pig beach,
That'll bridge
I think
it?
that would serve.
That'll bridge the divide?
Solve
That would do it.
Yes.
we'll get the word
We'll
to
say,
them.
that's a great segue. We've missed that, by the way.
Yeah.
Still ahead on a Friday morning, the aforementioned Harry. Yeah, the prince. He's out with that memoir, Spare. Some of the biggest bombshell accusations about the royal family. We're going to take you live to Buckingham Palace.
Say habla español.
The book is in Spanish. We'll explain that too after the break.
I thought I saw that.
Also coming up, some new details about the investigation into those stunning murders of 4 Idaho college students, what investigators are now revealing, and the critical clue that police found at the scene. The third hour of today, right back after this.
Welcome back, my friend.
Thank you.
Happy to have you back. That's a lot.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too. You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Oh, we are back now with some new details in a case that has gripped the country. We're talking, of course, about the murders of those 4 University of Idaho students.
The suspect appeared in an Idaho courtroom for the first time yesterday as we learned much more about how investigators zeroed in on him and what happened that morning. Let's go to NBC's Gadi Schwartz. He's in Moscow, Idaho with the very latest. Gadi, good morning.
Hey, good morning. Yeah, 28-year-old Bryan Kohberger was in court for that first appearance. That's when the judge informs him of his rights as well as his right to legal counsel and then reads him those 4 counts of murder. Bryan Kohberger told his public defender in Pennsylvania that he believes he will be exonerated and that he intends to plead not guilty. Meanwhile, investigators are starting to reveal some of the evidence they have against him, and that includes cell phone records, surveillance video, and some DNA.
Suspect Bryan Kohberger making his first appearance Thursday before an Idaho judge.
All right.
Count 2 alleges that you committed the felony offense of murder in the first degree.
Also in the courtroom, the family of victim Kaylee Gonzalez, laying eyes on the suspected killer in person for the first time.
Did you ever see him turn back and look at you?
No, I was hoping for that. You know, he's going to avoid me for a while.
Authorities also releasing new details about the night they think Kohberger murdered Gonzalez and 3 other University of Idaho students, Maddie Mogen, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, in an off-campus home. And perhaps the most chilling revelation, one of the 2 surviving roommates telling police she came face to face with the killer. Waking at around 4 a.m., she says she heard one of the roommates say, "There's someone here," but didn't see anyone when she looked herself. According to a newly released court document, she later heard crying coming from the victim's rooms and a man say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm gonna help you." She opened her door to see a man dressed in black and wearing a mask who walked towards her and out a back door as she stood in frozen shock and then locked herself in her room. Police weren't called to the home until noon that day for reasons still not clear. Steve Gonzalez describing the roommate's state at the time of the 911 call.
You got to remember, these 2 girls were so upset that when they went outside after seeing this, the one passed out and the other one was so hyperventilating that the message wasn't clear enough for the operator.
The newly unsealed 18-page charging affidavit also says a state forensics lab found the suspect's DNA on the button snap of a knife sheath left laying next to one of the victim's bodies. The charging document also says police used both phone records and video footage of his white Hyundai Elantra to place the suspect near the scene of the crime. And according to law enforcement, the suspect's phone was turned off or had no service for about 2 hours during the time the murders took place. When it turned back on at 4:48 a.m., cellular data showed it traveling on a state highway south of Moscow back to Pullman, Washington, where the suspect lived, authorities allege. But just over 4 hours later, the cell data places his phone back near the home. And police also say Kohlberger's phone registered in the vicinity of the victim's home 12 times in the months before the murder, dating as far back as August of last year. Kohlberger expressionless as the charges against him were read.
Again, the maximum penalty for that offense, if you plead guilty or are found guilty, is death and/or imprisonment for life. Do you understand?
Yes. And even with all those new details in that affidavit, there are still some very big questions. What was the motive in this case? And did this suspect know the victims before those murders? The family of Kaylee Goncalves that we spoke to says that they are confident that investigators have much more evidence, and they're looking forward to this proceeding.
On that note, Gotti, I heard you mention earlier on some of the documents there was a lot redacted. So clearly there's a lot more we still don't know. What exactly are they expecting to learn in the coming weeks as this case proceeds?
Yeah, Chanel, this was a 20-page probable cause statement. So it was a lengthy probable cause statement about an entire page that we know of was completely redacted. And again, this is just probable cause. This is not beyond a reasonable doubt. So this is really the beginning of them starting to mount their case. Meanwhile, next week he's due in court on Thursday. That's to see if they're going to proceed with a preliminary hearing or they're going to take this straight to trial. So there is still a lot to come. But the family of Kaylee Goncalves, again, saying they are very confident in investigators right now.
It's progress. All right, Gotti Schwartz, thank you.
All right, well, switching gears, new details from Prince Harry's memoir, Spare. Guys, Keir Simmons, live at Buckingham Palace with the very latest. I can't wait. And he's reading it in Spanish. Then, later, look who's here. Joy Bauer. Yes.
In the flesh.
That's right. She's in our studio sharing some home remedies to get us through the cold and flu season. So good to see Joy. We will be right back. Third hour today continues.
You stay here. I'll go to your kitchen. That beautiful kitchen.
By the way.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
We are back with some new bombshells and accusations from Prince Harry's highly anticipated new memoir, Spare.
Okay, so it's not officially out till next week, but we're already learning about some of the allegations involving the royal family and revelations about Prince Harry's own life. Our chief international correspondent, Keir Simmons, is live, hot off the presses with that memoir from Spain. Keir, I'm surprised you didn't try to go to Spain to get it.
Mr. Al Roker, welcome back. You must feel like nothing's changed. I was standing outside Buckingham Palace when you were last in the studio there. Here I am still.
That is true.
I tell you something. You were lucky to be in the hospital, my friend. I've been sleeping outside Buckingham Palace this whole time. Here it is. Here's the book. You're right. It's in Spanish. We've been going through it, translating it. I've got to tell you, there is revelation after revelation. This morning, an avalanche of sensational accusations and allegations in Prince Harry's new book, NBC News obtaining a Spanish language copy of Spare. In it, the Duke of Sussex describes how he says his brother William knocked him to the floor in 2019. This morning, in a newly released excerpt from his interview with British broadcaster ITV, Harry talking about that moment.
I saw this red mist in him. He wanted me to hit him back, but I chose not to.
And the book reveals many more tense exchanges with family members. Before Harry and Meghan's wedding, Harry says Meghan upset Catherine, Princess of Wales, by telling her after she'd just given birth she must be suffering from baby brain. Harry alleges that Meghan apologised, but William pointed a finger at her, saying, "It's rude, Meghan. These things are not done here." To which she responded, "If you don't mind, keep your finger out of my face." Of Camilla, now the Queen Consort, Harry writes, "Willie and I promised our father that we would welcome Camilla to the family. The only thing we asked for in return was that he didn't marry her. You don't need to get married again, we asked him." He says his father, now King Charles, would often joke that he was not Harry's father, and that William and Kate privately howled with laughter at a Nazi uniform he wore to a Halloween party, for which he had to apologise. But he also reveals deeply private details of his royal life. He writes of taking cocaine and other drugs, losing his virginity, and of the moment he was told his mother, Princess Diana, had died. Charles broke the news, he says, calling him "my dear son." "What I do remember," he says, with stunning clarity, "is that I did not cry, not a tear. My father did not hug me." Later, Prince Harry describes driving through the Paris tunnel where Diana's fatal crash happened in an effort to find resolution, adding that he and William wanted to call for the investigation into Diana's death to be reopened. They were, he says, persuaded not to. Harry asked by ABC News how his mother would feel about his relationship with William now.
I think she would be sad. I think she'd be looking at it long term, to know that there are certain things that we need to go through to be able to heal the relationship.
One of many revelations for a book unlike any written by a member of the royal family. And the book was supposed to be published, guys, next Tuesday. It is out in Spain for some reason, as I mentioned, in Spanish. We've flown this copy from Spain.
Wow.
We don't even know whether in the palace they have a copy. Certainly no comment from the palaces so far.
So Keir, I mean, it just seems also so unseemly. But I'm just going to assume, given what's happened in the past after the Netflix series, all this, we're probably not going to hear anything from the palace or William, right?
I guess, I mean, it's impossible to know. Certainly one strategy for them could be to simply say nothing, try to rise above it, and if you like, kind of let Harry burn out. You're right, I think unseemly is a good word in the sense that one of the challenges really, if you take aside all of the allegations and what they in there might think about it, one of the challenges, of course, if you are other members of the royal family now, is every conversation that you have with Harry or Meghan going to be published in another book or put on another Netflix show. So it's really difficult. We don't know whether Harry's going to be at the coronation. You kind of throw your arms up, don't you, really?
It's kind of sad.
Keir, we all know how we feel here in the U.S., but over there with the British press and the public, I mean, what are their reactions to some of these revelations?
Well, we know that it's true that a large part of the British press are frankly fairly, well, not even fairly, anti-Harry and Meghan. I mean, that just is, that's honestly the case. The British people, I think they have turned more negative. That being said, though, I think it's worth remembering, I think it's like 1 billion people around the world saw that Netflix docuseries. So there's a difference between the interest in all of this and how people feel about it. And I think different people in different parts of the world and different folks feel different ways.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
But there's a fascination, isn't there? There's an absolute fascination, and I suspect this will be one of the best-selling books of the year.
Because it transcends all of the royal stuff, if you will, to just family dynamics.
Yeah.
Everybody has family drama. Not everybody puts it in a book, which is
or in a Netflix series.
Which is why
or in 6 interviews.
I mean, we do love reading other people's drama. drama, though.
That's the thing.
Kier,
All right, thank
it
you,
is
Kier.
always good to see you. And you know, I feel badly about all
Good to see you, my friend.
Thank you, sir. The kids.
I agree.
All these cousins that won't get to know each other, because that's the best part of growing up.
I
is your
agree.
cousins,
I
you know?
agree.
Maybe there'll be a reconciliation.
I hope.
One can hope.
When we come back on a Friday morning, eat, drink, and be healthy. Joy Bauer's here to share some remedies and recipes to help get us through this cold and flu season. And then a little bit later, how to live well by bringing plants into your home. One of our favorite guests from last year is back. There he is. There's Hilton. He's going to tell us how to take care of our house plants. He's standing by to turn us all into green thumbs, Dylan.
Where's my plant?
Third hour of today, right back after this. Did you bring your plant?
It was too heavy.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
Storm zone.
Bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
What a Friday morning it is. Not only do we have Al Roker right there, but today nutrition and health expert Joy Bauer.
Yay! Welcome back,
I just
Joy.
want to hug you guys all morning. And
Good to see you. Oh.
another hug.
It's a nice reunion.
And she smells good.
You do smell
She
delicious.
showered for the
Thank you.
Why are you here, Joy? No, I'm just kidding. Actually,
They let me out of the house.
I'll answer that question. She's got some home remedies that could help us as we head into the heart of cold and flu
It
season.
sounds good, but before we dive into that, congratulations are in order. We're in the presence of 3 Taste Award nominees. If you've heard about the Taste Award, yes, often called the Oscars of food, fashion, and lifestyle media. You didn't know?
Well, I found out last night. I didn't know. Nick, the producer, sent me a congratulations text, and I was
here's
like,
the
what
thing.
for?
Joy picked up several nominations
Wow,
for
that's a great
Superfood
idea.
Fridays.
So exciting.
Dylan and her sous chef are nominated. This is really cool for Cooking with Cal.
Cal's up for
I
an
haven't
award.
told Calvin yet. I'm
Oh,
not
that's
sure
so
if he'd
cool.
understand.
And then Family Style with Al Roker earned multiple nominations as well.
Oh my gosh.
So we thought,
This is
You
fun.
know, people don't realize how dedicated Dylan is to this because Cal's real name is Calzone.
Did I take it too far?
I don't think so.
I love it. Well,
Congrats.
More
congratulations.
cheese, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
congratulations.
So meantime, you're here to help us
That's right.
feel healthy.
And with cold and flu season, I feel like what you put in your body will help you feel better. I know when both my boys had the flu, the doctor's like, give them medicine so that they feel better, so they'll drink enough water. How important is hydration?
Okay, so if there's one thing that everybody takes away from this spot, it's to keep hydrated. And that's because when you're feeling super lousy, whether it's the cold, a bad cold, or the flu, or RSV, right?
Yes.
What happens is you automatically lose fluids. And when you're dehydrated, your symptoms will worsen. On the other hand, when you're well hydrated, you can better fight fatigue. You can loosen up or break up some of that congestion. You boost your immunity so that you're better able to bounce back quicker.
It seems so simple, but water's the way to go.
Water, yeah.
Here's the thing, though, Joy. Not all hydration apparently is equal. So what should we be drinking or eating? What should we be avoiding?
So water is your best friend.
Okay.
And broth too, right?
Oh.
It's made with water and it's warm, so it's soothing on a sore throat. Decaf tea, and you could add a little bit of honey. Honey has some antimicrobial properties, so it could also fight against the flu.
Why decaf? Why can't we have caffeinated tea?
Because if you're really feeling lousy and you're slumped on the couch or in bed, I don't want the caffeine to interfere with taking a nap or relaxing. And the reason I'm saying diluted juice is because juice is filled with natural but concentrated fruit sugar. So you want to go 50-50 with water with the juice so that it's easier to tolerate.
All right, so that's what we should be drinking.
Right.
So what should we avoid drinking?
So the first is probably obvious. You're not going to be in the mood for a cocktail, but just in case you are, avoid it because the booze is dehydrating. Second, I'm saying coffee for that same reason. The caffeine is going to keep you up, and if your body wants to relax, take a nap, allow yourself to relax. Soda and sports drinks are concentrated with sugar, and it's not just about being unhealthy. It's because when you have a fever or you're nauseous or you're vomiting, the sugar will increase inflammation. And that's the exact opposite of what we want to do when we're feeling lousy. And also, it could worsen tummy troubles.
Okay.
All right, we've got about a minute left. Okay. Talk about what to eat. I feel like everybody knows oranges, but is that the best thing?
Okay, so but let's talk about vitamin C for a minute. Vitamin C will not prevent a cold or the flu, but it could help to lessen the symptoms and possibly shorten the duration. So over here we have oranges. Oranges are great, but I'm going to tell you, they're not the best.
That's what I thought.
Standouts, guava and bell peppers are like your best friends. They have twice the amount of vitamin C as orange. Yeah, and nothing against oranges. I don't want to throw them under the bus.
Absolutely not.
They're great. Another thing is, and strawberries have them as well, and you can remember the 3 Bs. Brussels sprouts, broccoli, and bell peppers all have vitamin C. I am paying homage to one of my favorite vegetables, and that is the mushroom. Because mushrooms have antiviral properties, which are really important. Beta carotene in carrots and sweet potatoes, and a special shout out to pink grapefruit because that has both vitamin C and beta carotene.
Fantastic. They look fantastic. Those look amazing.
Gorgeous.
Joy, it's just like you. Thank you so much. It's so good to see you.
I love you, Al.
Hey, just ahead, plant yourself right there. You don't want a leaf because we're going to show you how to live well by bringing green into your home. And we'll find out if Craig and Dylan need a lesson in plant parenting.
Yes, we do.
That's right. We're going to get back to their roots. Then later, there's mystery, romance, even a little motivation to start the year. We're going to tell you what to read this month. Third hour of Today. Right back.
It's one side.
Is this guava right?
No. So it's
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
I don't think I've seen you this excited.
I know.
I'm
We
very
brought
excited.
our own plants from home.
And I love
That's
Hilton.
how excited we are.
I love Hilton, the plant expert. So this week and Start Today, we've been focusing on living well. And a lot of people just, they just feel better when they have plants in their home, myself included. But if you don't have a green thumb, we've got some help this morning. Magnolia Network's Hilton Carter. He's an author, but he's also a plant stylist. Yes, that is a thing. He's a plant expert, and he's here to share some common problems and some fixes. And as Dylan mentioned, we brought in some of our own plants that are in need of some therapy. We'll get to that in just a moment. But first of all, a lot of folks probably got a plant for Christmas, for a holiday. For folks who are watching or listening that may have gotten something like that as a gift, any just generic advice?
Well, the first thing is to understand that if someone is struggling when they get a new plant, that
everyone's struggling this time of year because there's less light, it's colder, so your plants are going to have that sort of push back to what is going on. So they're going to lose a little bit of that growth.
Plus, with heating, is that a problem too?
If you have a plant next to like a radiator or next to a vent, that is not going to be a good thing. It'll start to lose foliage that way as well.
Okay.
So
Because
just
I was
being
going to
aware
say,
of
even for
those
people
things.
who are more experienced, I feel like in the winter it's a little harder.
It's a struggle for me as well. And it's understanding that you have to anticipate that and start to maneuver your plants to brighter spots in your home to even provide, as we have here, like grow lights. You have to start providing things like, because if it's colder, it's going to be drier in your home. Moisture meter.
Wait, you
That's
can buy a
moisture
light
meter.
that's just to help the
So how does
plants
this work? You
grow?
just
This is a moisture meter. You just take it, you place it in your
moisture
soil.
meter?
Moisture meters. It tells you how moist your soil is. You know what? Joy was talking about water. She kept saying water, water, water. That's the same thing for your plants, but this time of year, you want to kind of pull back from that, step back. Because some of your plants are going to, the soil is going to stay moist longer because it's not as warm in your home. So that's where a lot of newbies kind of lose
I
themselves
would think
in
the
terms of
opposite
their
because
plants.
I'm dry, so I would think my plants are dry. So
Yeah, you got to be well aware of that
we gotta
this
get some
time
of
of
these.
year.
Well, let's talk about what's
it's
over
not
here.
going to be as
Dylan and
great.
I are inspired by this. We've decided that we'll have more plants.
You
that
like
can
this?
walk around the house with something like
you
this.
can take this mister and either mist
Look at that.
yourself.
I know,
She said
right?
water, I'm not
She's
going
like,
to
"Don't
get you, I
touch my hair."
promise
No,
you.
just watch out for the hair.
Or you can mist your plants. Now, that is just adding humidity. The same thing with adding humidifiers.
You do it to the leaves or the
You do it to
soil?
the leaves. Now, a plant like this, you wouldn't want to mist because it's a desert plant. It likes to be a bit dry. But a ficus like this guy here or this philodendron there, those are more tropical plants. They would love that humidity. So misting them,
love that.
making sure that you're giving them that sort of environment.
and you like that because that's the name of your kid's book.
Oh, that's true. Misty McCloud on sale now.
So, in terms of troubleshooting, some other troubleshooting.
Here, these are you guys'
Troubleshooting. You try repotting, adjust the light. What else?
Right now, no repotting.
Okay, no repotting. Right
No
now.
repotting at this very moment. You want to make sure that your plants are staying in the pots that they are in. Repotting during spring and summer is the best time because that's when your plants are excited to grow, and that's when you want to do it.
What's with the test tubes?
What's with the test tubes? What is with them? Well, these are for propagating plants. Now, a struggling plant like this, I wouldn't propagate this. I would actually take these shears, see if I can get this out.
I have
and
lots
just
of plants that
literally
look like
cut
that.
them off.
Just cut off the
But
good part.
if it was really struggling, I would cut a plant like this below what we call the node. There's a little bump there. You place that in water, and over time, roots will grow, and you can pot it.
And then start all over?
Start all over.
Start all
or gift it
over.
to a friend.
Well, speaking of gifts, Hilton, you gifted me this olive tree last time
you
we
were
were
so
here.
excited when you
And
got
I was
it.
so excited, and I
I hope you're still excited.
I'm still excited, but I just don't think I'm doing it right.
You know
it
what?
just doesn't
It's
look.
the Charlie Brown of olive trees.
Hey, everyone.
And I brush against it, and the leaf falls off. Like, what should it look like?
I will say that honestly, this olive tree is going to need more light. Direct sun would be great, or
Okay.
a lot of bright indirect light, but it's also going to need more moisture. Now, depending on where you have it in your home, if it's a kitchen, that would be great because it's probably getting placed close to a place for water, so it
Okay.
reminds you to water it. But you're definitely going to need to water it more. Maybe getting
But
a
I was
moisture
worried
meter.
about overwatering it.
Well, I would say stick a moisture meter in there, see where it sits when it comes to moisture, and then you'll be good from there.
How about Craig's
Okay, so
ficus
this will
tree?
come back.
And Craig
That
brought
will
this
come
from down
back.
the steps,
He brought-
right? He brought
It
this
was
all the way from
upstairs
home.
in my bedroom.
Craig, I saw images of this particular plant. You've actually emailed me about this. That's how concerned you are.
I am.
I love that you brought it here. As much, I would say, pain that you feel and maybe your wife feels about this plant, it's not that bad. What's
You
happening
hear that,
here is-
sweetie? You don't have to get rid of this plant.
It's not doing that bad. It just needs a little bit more care. Now, we're talking about living well. Happy, you know the saying, happy wife, happy life?
I know it well.
Well, happy plant, happy you. I will definitely
Happy
say
plant,
that.
happy man.
So you want, there it is. So you want to make sure that you're providing it more moisture. I can tell by the fact.
Do you
fact
cut
you
the
have
brown
crushed leaf,
part off? I've
you
always
can
wondered about that.
Totally cut the brown parts out. It's not going to harm the plant. This is going to make it look better. But also this time of year, rotating your plants, wiping the leaves down. You have a lot of moisture building up there. Wipe the leaves down. But in your room, I will say in your bedroom there, you might want to move your chair a bit forward and place your plant in between those two windows so this fiddle can get all of that good light.
cool.
And now you're kind of sitting in
that's
to
a great
space
idea.
versus just, being right butted next to it.
And you might want to try not changing in front of it.
Shut up.
Let's revisit.
So good having you back.
So great
Let's see
being
how
here.
these look
Thank
in
you,
3
sir.
months.
Yeah, okay.
Right?
Bring me back
Thank
in
you.
3 months.
Have a great
We'll talk
weekend.
about
Thank
it.
you so
Hilton.
much.
I love that you text him your plant questions.
I do.
Leave him alone.
Oh, he's an expert.
Hey, don't leave me alone. Ask
Oh,
me
it's Craig. You have
That's
to
what he
plan a
does.
question. Coming up, the hottest new reads of the year. We have something for all of you, handpicked by two best-selling authors. We have Harlan Coben and Emily Giffin. They're both here this morning.
Oh, that's cool.
To share. We'll be right back.
All right.
Dude, that's good. Thank you so much for that.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
So we're back with not one, but two best-selling authors here to tell us what we need to be reading right now.
Harlan Coben is a master of mystery. His latest thriller, I Will Find You, comes out in March.
And Emily Giffin is known for heartfelt novels like Something Borrowed and Something Blue. And her latest, Meant to Be, is out now. Welcome, Harlan and Emily.
Great to meet you.
So you guys are going to prom. It's like today's show prom.
Yeah,
You're coordinating.
so much for having us.
Let's start with you, Harlan. You're our resident thriller expert. What's the latest mystery that caught your eye?
Everybody Knows by Jordan Harper. This is a pure bullet of hit noir, neo-noir, dark, violent, but also romantic underbelly of L.A. Very modern for those people who missed the Raymond Chandler, James Cain days. This is my recommendation. New guy,
Very cool.
Jordan Harper.
All right, so Emily, you know
Contrast.
the love story. So tell us about your fan.
The Man I Never Met by Elle Cook. This is the ultimate meet cute story where a woman named Hannah in London, I love any book set in England, gets a wrong number call from an American named Davy. Never expects to hear from him again. They end up texting, calling, FaceTiming. He's a no-show at the airport when they're supposed to meet, and she's shocked to discover why. So this is
that's a
love
good
a good, will they or won't they?
Sounds like a
romance.
movie.
This one tackles an unexpectedly heavy issue as well.
Okay.
Great.
Harlan Fleischman is in trouble. You can watch it now on Hulu, but why should we read the book?
Yes, Kathy Brodesser, Ackner. It's a wonderful book. It's about marriage, divorce, the disillusionment of middle class, and it was just turned into a really terrific series. Taffy herself wrote and developed the series, and so the book's a couple years old. It's one of my favorites from a few years back, and watching it again on Hulu, I figured this is a good time to go back. In the beginning, Jesse, who's divorced from Rachel, one day wakes up, the kids are there, and Rachel's gone. He has no idea where she is. I highly recommend it.
Emily, January is a time when a lot of folks like to pick up a motivational book, maybe a self-help book. What do you have there?
If you're looking for a straightforward way to improve your life, and who isn't, right? Name, Claim, and Reframe by life coach.
Sounds like you could have
Andrea.
typed
I know. I'm like, tell me about that.
Yeah,
Name,
it's
Claim,
a
Reframe.
three-step process that you can apply to any challenge in your life, whether it's a small daily annoyance or a major obstacle. You name the problem, the source of pain. Then you claim your own narrative and your voice, and you reframe your thinking to proceed with strategic optimism.
Let me take that from my friend.
You know what? In all seriousness, there are folks who have been harping on something for years and for decades, and it gets in the way of their dreams, their just overall countenance. And so I think sometimes it just takes a little mind shift. All right, Harlan, your turn. Your pick for historical fiction. Tell us about this.
This is kind of funny because 5 years ago on this show, Emily and I met when we did this exact segment. That's the first time we met.
Oh, wow.
And we've been sharing books back and forth
We're
since.
going to cover really good friends.
So-
He reads my books.
That's why you dress alike.
That's what we're doing. We're not dressed alike. And she recommended Wanda M. Morris's Anywhere You Run, which I put in her best historical. It could be best best thriller. It takes place in 1964,
Fabulous.
Mississippi. Two sisters have to both run after a white man is murdered, one because she's accused of it, the other for social shame. And from page one, you are completely gripped. You are in these two protagonists' head. Wonderful read. I read it in one reading.
Oh, wow.
And so I don't normally always listen to Emily, but in this case, she was right on. But we had actually met here on the show.
That's great. A little anniversary for you guys. So Emily, you've got a new fiction author.
Debut writer Delia Kai, fresh, new, exciting voice in women's fiction, is about a young woman who returns home to her small Midwestern town with her white boyfriend to introduce him to her Chinese immigrant parents. And I love this book because it conjures all those complicated feelings that we have when we go home.
Yeah.
And you throw in an old boyfriend, and it's especially interesting.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
So, yeah, she's a terrific writer.
Well, guys,
Highly
thank you
recommend.
so much. Harlan, your new book out is called
I Will Find You. And I'll just quickly, we've known each other for 20 years.
Yes, we
I've done
have.
segments with you for 20 years. I'm so thrilled to be back with you.
Thank you so much. And Emily, your new book, your book is out in paperback.
Yeah, meant to be. Big fan of yours.
Both of you guys.
Thank you so much.
And if you guys want to see these books, you can just head to today.com/books, and we'll be right back.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone. The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Monday. First of all, exactly.
Thank you.
Well done. So happy to
Well
have you
done.
back. Monday on the third hour of today, we have Tracy Ellis Ross.
Have a great weekend,
I was
everybody.
coming back on Monday.
I am?
Yeah.
Today, one of Broadway's biggest stars, Tony-winning actress and singer Audra McDonald. Plus, drugstore buys that really work on your dry winter skin. Then from J-Lo to Steve Harvey, how the stars are manifesting their moments and how you can too.
It's Today with Hoda
and Jenna.
It all starts right now.
Hey guys, welcome in. It is Friday. It is January 6th. Happy first Friday in January.
You guys have made it. This is
We made it.
You know what? This week, if you can make it through this week, you can make it through the rest of the year.
I wonder if everyone's still doing their New Year's resolutions or if it's over.
Well, I heard at the NBC gym, which is my only market research, that they usually have about 60 people sign in a day.
How many?
101.
Wait, what?
101. So yeah, this week people are good. I think it starts to fall off around the Super Bowl.
Yeah. You're right. You're right.
You know, because then the queso comes
yes,
out.
the queso.
The dry January gets a little.
Some people are already bragging about being dry, how they've been dry
for like 4 days.
for 4 days. They all want a lot of atta-girls and atta-boys.
Who's been dry?
Savannah's been dry.
Oh, good.
Craig Melvin's been dry.
Great.
Yeah, well, they said damp, so that's not dry. They must be having something.
What is damp?
I think it must mean a drink on the weekend or something.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I have something you should watch this weekend. This is very important.
What? Oh, no. Is it Partner Track?
No, it's not. It got canceled. Okay. It's 30 minutes.
Okay.
It is lovely, poignant, beautiful, moving. It is called The Boy, the Mole, the Fox, and the Horse. Oh my God. Charlie Maxey is the guy. He wrote a book.
Yes.
It is full of life lessons in a tiny book. You're like, you can't have that many life lessons in a book. They animated the book. I watched it with my sister and my mom sitting on the couch. I watched it again with one of my besties. It's so good.
Now, is it kid appropriate?
Yeah, watch it through once. I think it is. There might be some questions for really younger kids because but it is gorgeous and it is moving and it is something that you will watch again and again. Please watch it this weekend. It's the perfect thing to set your weekend.
Oh my gosh, I'm so happy. Okay. So Billie Eilish, who is, has grown up really in front of all of us. She's gracing Vogue magazine's first ever video cover. Oh, how do they do that?
It's I don't know. It's a video cover. Everything's very fancy.
But not on the actual magazine. Like if you go to the grocery store, it doesn't look like that.
Because it's
well, I mean, it's 2023. So anyway, the first ever video cover is out, and in it, she opens up about her relationship with her body.
Yeah, she said for a period she was angry. This is how she describes herself. I felt like my body was gaslighting me for years. I had to go through a process of being like, my body is actually me, and it's not out to get me. She talked about being angry kind of toward her body. I think everyone has complicated relationships with their body. It's like you either want to hide it, you either want to, I feel like that most people probably have that.
Yeah, it's so interesting because I feel like even little things that were said. I mean, I remember being a teenager. I remember the bikini color that I was wearing, a yellow bikini color. I was laying next to my sister and my grandmother, who I adored, but had kind of a biting personality, said something like, "Oh, Jenna, looking chubby."
Oh God.
And I remember feeling like I wanted to hide in it. And she later told me that her mother said those types of things to her. Her mother always thought of her sister as the really beautiful one and would say it. Martha's the pretty one. You're the funny one. You're the smart one. Martha is this one. You're that one. God. And so, like, late at life, she said, when I said those things to you, I was talking to myself.
She said that.
Yeah.
Boy, that is profound that she said it.
But
how many kids have heard that? Yeah.
Or even just the way people look. A look.
Or even what parents do to their kids. Is that too tight?
Yeah.
That's what you'll say instead of, is that too tight?
Yes.
I think that might be too tight, even though it fits fine, but it's just.
Or it is too tight. It's like.
Or it might be, but you're trying really hard to let your kids have a good body image to know that.
Because you're talking to yourself.
Right.
Like, oh, you don't want, or you're trying to protect your child from feeling.
Right. The pain you felt, they're fine. You're like, they're not feeling that because they haven't had those experiences. But you get that feeling of, is that enough?
It's so interesting that what those little tiny.
And even just someone could say, oh, you're the big girl, big girl's in the back, or any little thing can get under your skin.
Do you ever remember feeling, gas?
Yeah. I mean, I remember always having a sweatshirt on the beach, zipped up with all the pictures are my arms folded across.
I mean, I just did that.
Yeah. So I think it's something that.
It's interesting because I didn't wear a bikini for years. And last year, after having 3 kids, 3 C-sections, remember, I think I told you.
Yes.
But I did it because of you, because now you don't have that anymore.
I don't care. Yeah, I don't care anymore. My mom, by the way, never cared. My mom, to this day, who, she wears a bikini and she goes, of course, I need sun. I was like, of course you do. But that's what I mean. It's like whatever you grow up watching, forget what your parents tell you, what they're showing you, you're going to do.
Totally.
That's how it's going to work.
Yeah.
All right. Are you ready for a little tool time?
Tool time. You bet I am. Okay, Hoda and I are going to guess these mystery gadgets. We want y'all to play with us right after this.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are back on this Friday, and it's time to play one of our favorite games, Tool Time.
Okay, we're going to pull a gadget out of a basket, and we're going to guess what it's used for. All right, we are ready, Bri. This is Brian.
Hi, Brian. I bet this is your favorite time of the week.
Okay.
All right, here's number one.
Okay.
Why don't you pull this one out?
Okay. There's 3 of them, so you can have. Here you go. Let's put them all out. Okay, this.
Huh. Is it okay?
Oh, I know.
What?
No, I don't know.
Is this a pee-pee protector?
You are so nasty.
Have you ever heard of the PPTP that you put over little boys?
Okay.
That is so rude to talk about how that way.
Let's go on. What does this use for? We don't know.
We don't know.
It is a balloon
Oh, wait, y'all, you didn't tell us what the
tire.
category is.
By the way, this is good. This is good.
No, how hard is it to tie a balloon? Do you need a gadget?
No, you do need a gadget.
Do you not see what I was saying here?
Yes, I do see. Okay, let's move on.
Number 2.
Okay, you pull this out.
Here's one for you.
Again, something weird you're going to say.
No, I'm not.
Let's see.
Okay, you're doing something here.
No, it goes like this. It goes like this. It goes like this.
No, you're not.
Yes, it does.
Oh, it does?
It goes like this.
You're telling us.
And it's used to hold something so you can read a recipe. It's a recipe reader. What is it? It is a baggie stand.
Y'all, come on.
No, we're not that lazy.
We need a baggie stand. We can't just hold a baggie open.
Why don't you ask the person standing next to you to hold
and
it while you
also,
dump
I am
it in.
sorry, if there's a baggie, you just hold it open and pour the thing in the other hand.
Next. Okay.
Sorry to whoever
Bag
created
3.
that. A witch.
Oh, it's a
pencil
eraser. Okay, let's see what it is. Pencil eraser, spatula holder. Y'all, look, my word. Okay, look, I'm just going to tell you something right now, you guys. My word for 2023 is enough. You have enough stuff. You are enough. You have enough.
You don't need a witch.
I don't need a witch sitting on the edge of my pan. Okay, what's the last one?
I mean, honestly. Okay, let's see.
Last one.
4.
This is it. Is it?
There's another, but we have more important things to get to.
What are these? It's a candle. Oh, it's a holder of some sort. You put something in it. You know what you do? You put something in it so it stands up.
It's another stand? Are all these stands?
Okay, let's see. It is, a towel.
How does it stay there?
Oh, you stuff it in.
Yes.
Okay, that I would use.
I am sorry.
Now that's good.
There is no way this would hold a towel. Does anybody have a towel? Okay, can I try a towel? May I try a towel?
We'll get, because you know why? The adhesive isn't going to last.
No, definitely not.
And in the bathroom with
Can we try it? Is there a kitchen towel over there?
We gotta go. We got a lot.
We actually have.
We have actually a good, very important situation coming up.
We do. Okay. Why don't you tell who is here?
You guys, this is a Broadway great, one of the biggest stars actually, who we've had on our show. Her name is Audra McDonald. We're going to chat about her history-making play getting rave reviews coming up right after this.
Oh, wow. I stand corrected.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Radiating, captivating, fascinating. Just a few words to describe the actress and singer, the legendary Audra McDonald.
She's also a legend. The Emmy, Grammy, and 6-time Tony winner is back on Broadway. And what she says is one of her toughest roles ever. Audra, we're so happy that you're here.
Thank you for having me. We want to talk about this play because it's something that both Jen and I want to see, but we just want to talk about you for a minute. We had a chat earlier in the show. We were talking about body positivity and how that's important to us and our girls. And we just wondered how that was affecting you in your life.
Yes, well, I have a 21-year-old, almost 22-year-old daughter, and I have a 6-year-old daughter, and my 21-year-old daughter was saying to me the other day, she was saying, you know what, Mom, I want you to talk differently about your body with Sally, because I watched the way you talked about your body with me, and she said, you never said anything bad about my body, but you talked poorly about your body in front of me. And she's like, and that affects the way I look at my body now. And I thought, oh, that's overwhelmingly accurate and heartbreaking, and thank you. And so now I'm taking that information from my older daughter into how I raise my younger one.
And also, what an incredible relationship and what a great job you've done to raise a daughter, Zoe, who feels comfortable to come to you and be honest like that.
That's the one thing I've been trying to teach my children is, like, you can say anything to me. Say anything to me.
Were you raised that way?
You know, different generation. Different generation, but yes, I'm definitely trying that with my
What
kids.
is it like? I feel like we're at a similar stage in life. You've got a 6-year-old. I have an almost 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. But what is it like raising up a 6-year-old now?
You know, I mean, raising a 6-year-old when you're 52, as I am, it's you know, I'm calmer in a lot of situations because I've already done it. You know, with a 21-year-old, and I'm more aware that time is going to go by so quickly.
That's interesting.
So I am trying to hold on to the moments and be present in every little moment and not worry so much about the fact that, okay, you know, okay, she's had the same pair of socks on for 3 days, but it's a fight that's not worth having.
It's not worth it.
Yeah. Or the days that she's like, I don't want you to do my hair. It's like, all right, so she's not going to have her hair done at school today. Or if we miss a day of school, it's like she's in first grade. It's okay. It's okay.
I feel like that needs to be our parenting philosophy. It's like, worry about the big things.
The big things and the little things, especially because then you can have life moments. Like, you know, so we go on a hike today.
Yeah,
That's all right. That's all right.
We have to talk about this incredible play. First of all, it was written by a magnificent writer, a
91-year-old playwright named Adrienne Kennedy. She wrote this play 40 years ago. 1992. Whenever,
we can't do the math and it's going to make us feel old.
I know, right? But she wrote her first play when she was 22 years old. And none of her plays have ever been on Broadway before now. She's been a prolific, brilliant playwright who has been studied very much in academia and has had lots of local productions, but she's never had a Broadway debut until now.
That is magnificent.
Yeah.
So you play 2 roles. You're on stage. It's
75 minutes.
75 minutes.
It's basically you.
Basically me.
So it's you and your younger self, kind of.
Yeah, I play myself as a 58-year-old woman coming back to her alma mater to talk about, she's been invited to talk about violent imagery in her work. She's a playwright. And she ends up talking about the violent imagery in her work, but then revealing what happened to her while she was at Ohio State in 1949 and 1950.
And is this true? Is this based on truth?
Semi-autobiographical.
Okay.
Adrienne Kennedy did attend Ohio State. She was there in 1949, and in 1946 was when they desegregated the dorms. So she was there only 3 years after the desegregation had happened, and it was a rough time for her. And so she's incorporated a lot of what happened to her into this story. So this playwright is telling this story, and it's also a murder mystery. You're finding out this truth that she's been keeping quiet and keeping in herself all these years, and she finally reveals it in this evening.
So while you're on Broadway, your lovely husband is also on Broadway.
Yes.
How does that work? Do you ever get to see him? Does he ever get to see you?
Yes, well, because my play is short and he's doing Neil Diamond on Broadway and A Beautiful Noise. So when my play is over, very dark subject matter, very heavy subject matter, I always go over to his theater and, they're shooting off cannons at the end with like all this sort of, confetti and it's
And
Neil
you kind
Diamond.
of dance.
And they're all singing Sweet Caroline. And it's like,
cool.
Yeah, but it's great.
It's sort of like a palate cleanser.
It is.
But it also is the most New York moment of all time.
Of course. And we're still, mom and dad trying to raise our kids and, get through all of it. But it's a joy. Yeah.
We have to talk about the Gilded Age, too.
Yeah, you got so much going.
What has that felt like? Because it was just such a talked about hit. It's coming back for season 2.
Yes, no, I love being a part of that. I love that Julian Fellows thought to not only sort of focus on this world here, in New York and during the Gilded Age, but also to focus on the fact that there was a thriving Black community at that time as well, and that's historically accurate. And for us to sort of gloss over it is not necessarily a good thing. So I enjoy that it's being a part of it, and I love the costumes, being a part of a costume drama.
Totally.
And the corsets are amazing in the morning and torture after lunch. Torture.
I was going to say, can you even eat? Or
you barely can. Trying to put that corset on after you've had lunch is impossible.
That's how we feel about even pants.
Yeah, exactly. So back to your play for just a second.
Yes.
Sheryl Lee Ralph is one of the play's producers, right? We're a fan of hers. Don't you adore her?
Yes.
Anyway, she just had a little video message for you.
Oh, she did? Oh, my goodness. Oh.
Audra, this is Sheryl Lee Ralph, and I just wanted to take a moment to celebrate you and your incredible performance in the Ohio State Murders. You and the cast do a phenomenal job every night, and every ticket holder gets something that they will not soon forget by seeing this production. So God bless you, love you, carry on, and keep making a difference on that stage.
Wow, don't you love that?
She's amazing. And I Dreamgirls was just, when I was growing up and watching Dreamgirls, and I just adored her and always wanted to meet her. And the fact that we're working together on this has just been, and everything that's happening with her again, and just with Abbott Elementary, and just the diva and brilliant and gorgeous woman that she is.
Remember, this is what believing looks like when she gave that speech. Oh, I love that.
So much empowerment.
Yeah,
She's just an incredible lady.
Well, we love you,
Audra.
And this is an incredible play. We need to make a date.
We're making a date.
You can catch Ohio State Murders. If you're in New York, come see it. It's on Broadway now at the James Earl Jones Theater.
Thank you, Audra. Coming up next, something we talk a lot about on this show, manifesting.
Okay, the steps you can take now to begin living your best life. After this. Thank you. That was such a fun.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels.
With the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
This is it. Okay, the new year has rolled around, so many of us are thinking about change and starting fresh. But how do we do that?
Okay, so if you're determined to make your 2023 your best year yet, one way to get started is by manifesting the moment. Take a look. People talk about manifesting. It's a word you'll hear us use often. Every time she manifested.
Manifest.
Because we've seen the power of manifestation at work.
I'm I'm just going to put it into the universe because remember when we did that with Oprah and then we got a studio and she came?
Manifesting. So what does it mean to manifest? New York Times bestselling author Gabby Bernstein has written many books on the topic.
Manifesting is harnessing our energy to attract what it is that we want into our life because our energy is always attracting its likeness. We are magnets.
We're going to learn how to manifest what we want.
Cognitive behavioral therapist Shamin Ajan uses manifesting in her practice.
There's plenty of research that validates the power of positive thinking. These studies show us that if you believe something can happen, you're more likely to make it happen.
And it feels like manifestation is having a moment.
Many people have now awakened to the concept that our thoughts do create things and that our energy has a lot more power than we think.
The law of attraction is the belief that your thoughts directly impact your reality.
Is this how to manifest a text or an interaction with a specific person?
Everywhere from social media, where the hashtag has millions of posts,
you're also signaling that you believe in your power to manifest.
to stars like J-Lo.
I have so many affirmations that I do. Your thoughts create your life, and so you have to think positive thoughts. I am open and receptive to all the goodness and abundance the universe has to offer.
And Steve Harvey, who famously went from living in his car to becoming one of the most influential entertainers of his time. From hard work and, yes, the power of believing.
I take stuff, I got to get a new vision board now because there's a lot of stuff off that vision board that I put on there a year ago or 2 years ago that then came true.
So with 2023 upon us, bring on the possibilities.
The new year is the best time to manifest because we have this great momentum.
Your ideas and beliefs are the fuel, your actions are the engine, and you are the powered up vehicle that gets you from point A to point B.
Come on, Shamin Ajan is here. She's a cognitive behavioral therapist. What a perfect time to be speaking with you. It's the start of the year, and people always like to do a reset, and they often say, you know, it'll be a new year, so I'm going to do this new and this new and this new. But there's a difference between that kind of stuff and what you're talking about.
There's a big difference. I have a problem with resolutions because it really denotes there's something wrong with you. There's something to fix about you. But manifesting is about harnessing the magic within. And I think that is such an important way of framing it for yourself.
I think a lot of us are positive, you know, optimistic just by genetics. But you
A lot
say
of us aren't.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But you say that there's a difference between positive thinking and actual manifestation.
You have to have positive thinking to be able to manifest. Without the positive thinking, that's the foundation of it. But just like if you're going to create a soup, you need a liquid base like milk or water or vegetable stock. It's not a soup with just that. You need to add the recipe and the ingredients and that special thing that you do with it to make it a yummy soup. Positive thinking is a part of manifestation, but it's not the whole thing.
You really got to work your tail off.
Yes,
this isn't
exactly.
about just dreaming and hoping
Steve Harvey
and praying.
manifested, but he also worked.
He worked his tail off.
Right. Well, I think that's why manifesting gets a bad rap, right? People think of it as just speaking what you want into existence, but that's just making a wish, right? I can wish that I have Halle Berry's body, but that's not going to happen unless I put in the hard work, right?
Totally.
But if you put the action behind it, that is where the real magic happens. And you have to believe in yourself.
You mentioned the recipe for manifesting.
Yes.
Can you just walk us through it?
Yes, of course. So first, you want to start by identifying what it is that you want. And like you said, you need to sit with yourself.
Yeah.
You need to understand what's
Put your
important
phone
to
away.
you.
Yeah.
Put your phone away. Make a little ritual for yourself.
This isn't easy because
No,
if
it's
you
not.
were to ask somebody, what do you dream of? Like, what do you want? You go through the grind of day in and day out that sometimes you can't identify it.
Yeah. No, it's really hard to identify. And for it to matter, it needs to be something that you truly connect with, right? So what are your values? What's important to you?
Yeah.
What's missing in your life? You really sit with all of those
It
things.
feels like journaling would be good for that, too.
Journaling would be fantastic.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the next step. The next
okay.
step.
See?
But you're getting ahead of yourself. But you know what the next step is, right? And I want for it to feel something that is like it's something that is personal to you.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not
So-
just like, you know, Halle Berry's body. Something that's real.
Or not something that your mama is telling you to
Yeah,
do, or
totally.
society is telling you to
Right,
do.
who
Something
told
that
you.
is
Right.
you're internally motivated
Okay.
to do.
Okay.
The next step is to set an intention. And so what I mean by that is to carve time out every day to sit with what this goal is. What is it that you want to do? I want for you to sit with it. I want for you to visualize yourself achieving it. I want for you to embody what it looks like to do it. right? This is a really important part of it. And you're going to feel more connected to it and more motivated to work towards that goal.
Okay, once you have the intention, now you got to physically do something.
And you got to
plan.
do it. You got to get off your butt and you got to.
So is that
how
like
do
an
you
action
create the
plan?
Yeah. You know, you can. Sometimes it's a simple goal that you have, like you want to be kinder.
Yeah.
So it's easier to figure out something like that. If it's something that's more challenging, you might get a mentor. You might talk to someone else who's already done it.
Yeah.
You might work with a therapist. If it's something like you want to be less socially anxious, you're going to have to work with a therapist to be able to do that. As a board member of the National Social Anxiety Center, we help people all the time come up with what the steps are that they need to be able to get there. You're not just going to throw yourself into a TED Talk.
Totally.
Right?
But I do think evolving and being open is probably the first step.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So you're going to set that action.
And then, okay, your final step is reviewing what works.
You're going to review what works. You're going to take a look every week and sit down and say what's working, what's not working. Is this still what I want?
Yeah, totally.
It's okay if the plan changes. That's all part of the journey. There's going to be obstacles and challenges. You learn from those obstacles and challenges, and you reshape what it is that you want because it's your plan.
Your plan.
It's your plan.
All right,
We
good.
love that. Thank you so much.
All right, if you're interested in manifesting a change in your life, you may want to check out Shemin's book on mindful dating. It's called
Seeking Soulmate.
You can find it on today.com/books.
How cool. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Coming up next, the doctor's in with dry winter skin solutions that really work after this.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Okay, it's winter, and there's no escaping dry, itchy skin during these harsh winter months, but there is something you can do about it.
Dr. Dendi Engelman is a dermatological surgeon right here in New York. She's also brought some affordable products that can help. First of all, we're so happy you're here.
Yes.
Second, we love that everything you bring is affordable. So we're into this. So we're going to start with the face.
Okay, so we're covering our heads, our hands with mittens, our necks with scarves.
heat.
Yeah.
The heat, though,
Yes.
and we're exposing our face to the elements all the time when we go out in this cold wintry winter.
Yes.
So we need to up our hydration.
Okay.
And this is a bio oil dry gel that's really great because it's filled with 97% humectants and oils, but it's non-comedogenic. So we think about bio oil kind of for the face from the neck down, but this won't clog pores and won't increase acne.
You can use you like the bio oil dry skin gel for the
your
face.
I do, and we really want to amp up our hydration for the
Do
face.
you use this in the morning and at night, or just at night?
I do, but a lot of people, if you're worried, because we were talking about like a nice sheen that it has, if you're worried about that, then just use it at night, and you can use your regular
Well,
moisturizer
I have to
in the
say,
morning.
bio oil doesn't always have brand new products, so it's nice to see a gel.
I mean, you know how I feel about bio
Yes,
oil.
you were the one who introduced me to this.
I love it.
All
Okay,
right.
lips, cracky, crack.
Yeah.
Yes, so we've all been there. We have dry, chapped lips, and they're flaky. You go to put your lipstick on, it looks all crunchy and yuck.
Yeah.
And so this is great because it's an exfoliator and a moisturizer
What is
in
it?
one.
Wow.
It's by Flower Beauty,
Yeah.
and it's
Is it
got
by Drew?
micronized,
Drew Barrymore.
micronized little particles of sugar, which then help
good.
to get the flaky skin cells off. And then
Do
it
you
also
need to wipe that off
No,
afterwards?
you just rub it in, and
Keep
they
rubbing.
dissolve,
It dissolves.
or you can lick them and you have a little treat.
Oh, it's sweet.
it's
Taste it.
it's
Edible.
sugar. And then it has the hydrators inside to nourish the lips so that you don't
I really am
chap.
just eating a bunch of sugar.
Let's move on to the scalp.
Okay, so we're wearing hats, we're in the dry heat, it's a setup for dandruff. And so Head & Shoulders and Dove are so good. They have something called Perithione Zinc, which is 1%, which helps to address the dryness, the flaking, and the scaling. But it also is pH optimized so it doesn't affect your hair. Okay. And then there's also a TikTok trend about fungal acne. I don't know if y'all have seen it.
No.
You can use
Fungal
this
acne.
if your acne is from fungus on the skin.
How do you know if your acne is from fungus?
If it's not being treated by traditional benzoyl peroxide or salicylic acid, try this as a wash, and sometimes you may have a little bit of yeast that's contributing to the acne.
What?
So you can use this as a body wash.
Where does fungal acne usually live? On the back?
It can live on the face, the chest, and the back.
Okay.
Have you ever had it on your back? That's why you're asking.
No, I'm asking for a friend.
Is there a friend named Jenna?
No.
I've had that though before. I've had something that
It
looks
feels
funky.
like more of a
Yes.
rash, right?
It feels like a rash.
Yes. So
Okay.
that works on the.
Try it. Okay, let's go body.
Okay, so we all know retinol is great for the face, anti-aging, builds collagen, but we all get crepey skin elsewhere.
Yeah.
And so this is great. Gold Bond has created this Age Renew Retinol Overnight, which is great.
So you
because it has
use it the
retinol
night
in it for
before?
the body.
Oh,
Retinol
wow.
for the
This is
body. So it
wonderfully
feels great.
hydrating.
You can use it on the face as well.
And it won't dry. You know how retinol kind of dries?
And that's what I love is they've created this retinol peptide complex, which helps to hydrate as well as build collagen.
Put on. Oh, you.
So
you
I've been
can't.
using
Elbows
it
is so good.
every
my
night.
God.
Yes. And then speaking of elbows, I really love this by Cetaphil because we all, no matter what
Healing
season it is-
ointment?
Yes.
Give me that.
Wait, this is like.
Wait, this is like Aquaphor.
Yes.
Yes.
But don't.
But
use it.
not
But
Aquaphor because it's Cetaphil.
Is it Ceta? Ceta.
Cetaphil.
I've been saying it wrong for 20 years.
But it's a Texas-based company. And
Cetaphil is from Texas?
And you can use it on the elbows, knees, dry,
love
cracked
that.
heels. It's got 71.5% petrolatum.
Dr. Dindy, everything.
Shea butter, vitamin E, really hydrating.
Okay, this
and
is
if you have
good.
extra, just slather it on your lips.
Okay, now real quick, it says you can use both of these on your face too. Do you recommend?
I mean, I would just use this on the lips. I would
Yeah.
use this. You can use this on the face if you want to put a toe in the water for retinol and are worried about over drying. Start there, and then you can amp it up.
What's this bar of?
Isn't this cool? This is a shave bar that's really good. You know when your legs are so dry in the winter,
Yeah.
you go to shave and
Yes,
it's all irritated?
crusty.
Yeah. So what do you do?
So this is so great because it's got mushroom extract in it. It's got jojoba seed extract. It's really hydrating. And one of these bars is the equivalent of 5 cans of shaved
So it's
cream.
good for the environment.
And it's way economical, but also hydrating so that your legs aren't as itchy and irritated after you shave.
Scratchy. I know the feeling.
Mine is really, really
Yeah.
scratchy.
Boy, these are all
Wait,
really
I
good.
want every one.
I know.
Dr.
Wow.
Dindy, thank you.
you so much. Good to see you.
Thank
Happy
you.
New Year. You can check out these products at today.com/shop.
Coming up next, from an intense crime drama to a quirky comedy and a fun animated film for the kids, we've got your weekend watch list of Golden Globe nominees covered right after this.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
The Golden Globes are next Tuesday, so you only have a couple of days left to catch up on all the buzzy TV shows and movies that were nominated this year.
Okay, so here with the Golden Globe edition of your weekend watch list is TV host and entertainment news expert Andrew Freund. Okay, Andrew.
Yes.
The Golden Globes are back.
They're back, Jenna. They're back, baby, bigger than ever.
Are they?
They always have booze. They're always fun.
Well, listen, I've been there a few times, and it is a good time. That's all I got to say.
Okay, well, good.
Yeah.
So let's start with your movies that people may have missed.
Yes, yes. So the first one we're going to talk about is The Banshees of Inisherin, which stars Colin Farrell, Brendan Gleeson. They've teamed up again. They were in Bruges together, and director Martin McDonagh has brought them back. I think that this is Colin Farrell's best role. I think he's going to take it all the way to the Oscars.
Wait, what?
Ever.
Wow.
I'm calling it right
You
here.
think he's going to win the Oscars?
I think he's going to win the Oscar. I think it is his best role. He's super nuanced, and it's interesting because it's a comedy, but a drama, but about a platonic male breakup. You do not normally see that.
No, are these friends? that end up-
They're best friends, and Brendan Gleeson's like, I don't want to be friends with you anymore.
And that's, wow.
And Colin Farrell's not happy about it in this film.
All right.
my gosh,
Let's
that
move
sounds
on.
great.
This is a movie you absolutely love.
Okay.
Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. What do you love about it?
Okay, the thing that I love about it is, well, so I sat down with Jamie Lee Curtis and Michelle Yeoh. Of course, we love them.
Right.
And one of the things you see, we know Michelle Yeoh is this great action star, but she is a phenomenal actress. And she's also nominated for a Golden Globe. So is Jamie Lee Curtis. There's action, there's comedy, there's multiverses, Hoda. We love a multiverse.
Wait, who doesn't?
Who doesn't love a multiverse?
Do you love a multiverse?
Of course.
She's Miss Multiverse
So she
over there.
plays. So she lives in all these different universes.
Yeah, so Michelle Yeoh works at a laundromat. Jamie Lee Curtis is an IRS auditor. And chaos and hijinks ensue. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay.
But is it also kind of a beautiful drama or no?
It's a mix of all those things, Jenna. It's got
I don't know what it is, but I'd like to see it.
I want to see it too.
Let's talk about Kate Blanchett, who's one of my favorite actresses.
Okay, so Kate Blanchett can do no wrong in anybody's book.
Right.
Tar. Okay, she plays a conductor.
Oh, wow.
She learned German. She learned how to play the piano.
Oh, my
She
gosh.
learned how to conduct a literal orchestra for this film. It took her 1 year to train for it.
Is she going to win the Oscar?
I don't know, because she's up against Michelle Yeoh, who is also phenomenal. It's going to be neck and neck. I think, and also at the Globes, it's going to be neck and neck. I'm not sure.
I forgot that we're talking Globes.
I'm not sure what's going to happen, but she goes there in this, and it's very intense. You don't want to mess with Tar. So if you see Kate Blanchett in the street, just don't mess with her.
Is it a beautiful movie?
It's gorgeous. The music, the scenery. It's shot in Berlin.
Wow.
Very intense.
All right, let's talk animation. What's an animated film you're crazy about?
So one of the animated films that I loved that all families can watch over this weekend in prep for the Globes is Turning Red.
We saw this. It's cute.
It's so cute. It's a Pixar movie. It's about a 13-year-old girl who, when she gets really pissed off, she turns into that bright red panda.
Oh my God.
It's cute.
Oh, I love it.
And it is the first Asian-led Pixar film. It is the first Pixar film solely directed by a woman.
Wow.
And the first Pixar film with an all-female production team.
Oh, that's
writers,
awesome.
directors. So it's a lot of female power in this, and it's very, very cute.
It is.
Did your kids like it?
My kids liked it.
They
It's
loved it.
really, really fun. Okay, TV dramas. Let's move to the television away from films.
All right. Now, we know TV is good this year, but Blackbird.
What is
Y'all
I
seen
saw
Blackbird?
it. You did? I watched it, yeah.
You love it?
You wouldn't like it.
Oh. Tell me about it. What is
It's
it?
too dark.
It's really dark, but it's a true story about a guy who goes in a maximum security prison, played by Taron Egerton, to get a confession out of a killer, a serial
killer. Is the killer up for a Golden Globe?
Yes.
Yeah.
The killer is played by Paul Walter Hauser.
It's amazing.
He's incredible in his voice. How creepy is that voice?
I mean, it's scary.
It's, yeah.
But you loved it?
You wouldn't like it. Yes, we liked it.
All right, moving on.
Actually,
All right.
Davey told me about it.
Okay.
Davey liked it.
Davey. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of talk around the new Jesse Eisenberg situation.
Okay.
Claire Danes.
I just have to make a disclaimer.
Hit it.
I watched this show with my mom. Don't watch this show with your mom.
What is it?
There's a lot of sex, Hoda. There's a lot of nakedness. There's a lot of Jesse Eisenberg's butt.
Oh, gosh.
Really?
Was your mom into it?
Well, you know, I was kind of looking at my phone the whole time when the sex scenes were happening. So let's just, we'll just.
What's the
It's
plot?
based on a book,
It's
right?
based on a
It's called Fleischman is in Trouble.
Yes, it's based on a 2019 novel. Claire Danes and Jesse Eisenberg are going through a divorce. Claire Danes has a mental breakdown. And we kind of see how the breakdown happens between different aspects of the characters in the show.
Okay.
Very, very good. Don't watch with your mother.
Okay, thank
got
you.
it, got it.
All right, this one is supposed to be great. It's called The Old Man.
Oh,
Okay.
I want to see this.
I had not known about the show until Lana, your lovely producer, told me about it.
Thank you, Lana.
Thank you, Lana. This show is phenomenal, starring Jeff Bridges and John Lithgow. They're both nominated. Jeff Bridges stars as a CIA operative. The CIA is a retired CIA operative. The CIA is coming to hunt him down. And it's kind of like a chase, but also Jeff Bridges was diagnosed with cancer when this started. Then he got COVID, had to take a year off, came back, finished it. Now he's nominated for a Golden Globe.
Well, we're so happy about that.
Great job. By the way, you dressed so beautifully.
You know, I tried just for y'all.
Pretty cool. Thank you. All right, we should mention that Tar is from our sister company, Focus Features. You can catch the Golden Globes next Tuesday, January 10th, 8 p.m., 5 Pacific, right here on NBC and also streaming on Peacock.
You know what? You feel very far from me.
Yeah, she's
You
far.
feel very far, but we'll be back right after this. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too. And up next week, our pal Steve Harvey's going to be here.
Can't wait for that. Then it's brother versus brother when Drew and Jonathan Scott drop by.
And from the White Lotus, we got Theo James and Megan Fahey.
Oh, I can't wait. You've got to watch it. You're the only person that hasn't seen it.
Bye.
Have a good weekend.
When was the last time you made space to listen to somebody?
What I learned from a very young age is radical love, radical forgiveness.
We are meeting people one after the next who've made profound changes.
It showed a lot of personal strength for me. Why am I trying to make other people happy over myself?
So many life lessons that are going on in these conversations. We're watching a transformation.
Join Hoda Kotb for her podcast, Making Space. Listen now.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go. The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on. It's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with cider. But when did apples become the apple of America's eye? I left the Big Apple and I'm here in Massachusetts, where America's history with apples actually began. So today we are going to get to the core of how apples became a homegrown hero. How do you like them apples? Time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. My family and I have been coming here to Hilltop Orchards in Massachusetts for the past 20 years. That's right. In fact, you'd be hard-pressed to find a better fall family activity than apple picking, and especially the apple cider donuts. And of course, what also pairs well with a trip to orchards? Cider. And they make a lot of it here at Hilltop. Oh, and did I mention the donuts? Meet David and Sarah Martell, high school sweethearts who reconnected in their 30s. Together, they run Hilltop Orchards.
We're definitely an apple orchard, but we're also a winery and a cidery, so we're a triple threat.
Today, David handles the operations of the orchard, cidery, and winery, with Sarah focusing on guest experience. The orchard's historic cider mill, where David played as a kid, was renovated in 1997. Now, they call it home.
I started coming to this orchard when I was about 6 years old. My father worked here then.
David left the Berkshires and worked in construction for several years. When he decided to return home, he really went back to his roots, taking a part-time job at Hilltop.
I've been in the orchard business for about 12 years now.
David's the third generation in his family to work on the 100-something-year-old orchard. Did you ever think that you would be running the orchard someday?
Nah, in a million years. I quickly fell in love with these apple trees and decided that's what I'm going to do. Diving in and learning about all of the different apples and the history of apples.
And that history is pretty sweet.
I like to think of myself as an apple nerd. My name is Amy Traverso, and I'm the senior food editor at Yankee Magazine and the author of the Apple Lover's Cookbook.
Crab apples are the only variety indigenous to North America. Sweet apples were introduced to America by early colonists in the 1600s.
Sweet apples have their origins in this area of western China, sort of the border between Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan, called the Tian Shan Mountain Range.
Those apple seeds came over with the Jamestown expedition, and trees were planted at Plymouth. But in the early days, colonists weren't making pies and tarts. Most apples grown in America at that time were more likely to be turned into cider than eaten.
Apples played a very important role when there was people coming from England. As they say on the boat, they would make hard cider because that cider would last, where water might spoil and someone would get sick.
This trend continued stateside. By 1775, 10% of all New England farms had a cider mill.
Today, I am at B.F. Clyde Cider Mill in Old Mystic, Connecticut.
Meet Amy Harrison and her daughter, Sarah Monk, 5th and 6th generation owners of Clyde's.
We're the last original steam-powered cider mill in the United States. Back in the 1800s, early 1900s, everybody had a cider mill that had a farm. We use the same press, it's the same mill, and not many people get to go to work and put their hands on a lever and say, you know what, my great-great-grandfather did this same thing back in 1898.
Cider was really important to early America because it was relatively easy to make. People had apples in abundance. And Thomas Jefferson and John Adams famously loved it, drank it every day. Children drank it because it was low in alcohol, but it was often safer than water. Water could often be contaminated at that time.
These days, Americans don't drink as much cider as the founding fathers.
Two things happened to kind of bring the apple to its knees. We had immigration from Germany and Czechoslovakia, which were beer growing regions. Beer took over as the major American drink.
Another reason behind cider's decline?
Prohibition. Apples were very strongly associated with cider at the time. They were really seen as a source of alcohol.
My great-great-grandmother was arrested twice, never convicted, but arrested twice for bootlegging.
In the 1930s, Apple's sinful image was reborn as shipping methods improved. Sweet apples from Washington State could be transported all over the country, and the industry grew.
Apples then had to be remarketed as just a dessert thing, as something you bake with or eat fresh from your hand. And so apples, they went through this rebranding and emerged as this sort of innocent, sweet fruit that wasn't going to get you drunk or do anything naughty. It was just going to make a nice pie.
Now, even hard cider is making a comeback, due in large part to the craft beer boom in the late aughts.
Gluten's having a moment, so people are shying away from a lot of beers. Cider is fermented apples, and that's it. Where a lot of other beverages or mixed drinks or anything of that nature could have a lot of preservatives and different things added to them.
Today, Americans are drinking 10 times more cider than a decade ago, and that's meant big business for Hilltop.
Most of our guests are cider enthusiasts that are relatively new to the cider craze.
Hilltop making around 1,500 gallons daily, and I got a chance to give it a try, or a press. They say time to make the donuts, it's time to make the cider.
So here's some gloves. I see you brought your boots.
Yeah, I did. The process starts with freshly picked apples that are washed thoroughly. Next up, culling. As Benjamin Franklin once said, the rotten apple spoils his companion.
They're sorting through what's coming down the conveyor. This apple has some dings and bumps.
The good apples are sent to the grinding wheel.
And they will get ground up to an applesauce consistency.
Now it's my turn to prepare the ground apples for pressing. So it's like an apple sludge diaper.
That's it.
Then the apples get pressed down to the last drop. That's 2,000 pounds of pressure per square inch. Up until this point, the process for sweet and hard cider is the same. Excellent. And nobody got hurt. Sweet cider would be bottled at this stage. For hard cider, the fermentation process begins.
So sweet cider becomes more popular once we can refrigerate apple juice to prevent it from fermenting.
In the mid-20th century, cider stands and apple picking became an American pastime, a tradition my family's enjoyed for more than 20 years each fall.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm
The
zone.
bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
There's just something about apple picking that inspires my best dad jokes. What apple sayings have you heard?
There's a lot of insider sayings.
Okay, I got one for you. Okay.
Okay.
They say the family that plays together stays together. The family that picks together sticks together.
There you go.
As far as my kids are concerned, my jokes are as much a part of our annual tradition as the apples themselves. It's like, oh, Dad. My family's been coming to Hilltop for more than 20 years, even before my two youngest were born.
I don't know if it's something about the season when apples ripen and it's starting to get cooler and you're thinking about like comforts of home and coziness. People have very intense emotional connections with apples.
Agritourism in the United States started becoming popular during the Industrial Revolution, when city dwellers looked to nature for recreation. Labor shortages during and after World War II saw farmers calling for volunteers to help pick crops. By the 1960s, enterprising farmers recognized America's love for apples. In the fall, the You Pick tradition became a profitable pastime at orchards all across the country. Is there a right way and a wrong way to pick an apple? Spoiler alert, there is a wrong way.
The problem with twisting and pulling the apple is that if it is not ripe, you're going to also get next year's apple.
Can you show me?
I can. So this is an apple that I know is not ready to pick yet.
Okay.
So if we were to lift up on this, if it was ripe, it would come free.
Right.
So it did not come free. Okay. Right next to it is some McIntosh apples.
Okay.
And if you go ahead and lift up on one at a kind of at an angle into the sky, it comes free.
like that.
So that means that it's ripe. Okay. And the other thing is, well, that's the worst thing you can do when you're picking an apple. So we treat these like eggs and we place them in the bucket.
Place them in the bucket.
There's sometimes little brown spots on them. That's from fingers.
Oh.
So the worst thing that you can do to somebody with a farm stand or a fruit grower is grab their apples and start squeezing them.
I do like the Honeycrisp.
Honeycrisp it is.
I was Gala, but I've moved to the Honeycrisp. With an empty nest, I thought this year's Roker family trip was going to look pretty different. But then I heard from my boy at college. Nick was very adamant about, okay, are you going to come pick me up so I can go apple picking? Because I thought, this will be the first year we don't have anybody to apple pick with. Much to my delight, the family that picks together does stick together.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
I only have pies for you. American Pie is certainly an American icon. And in Southern California, one local family's pies have achieved all-American status. And this holiday season, they're gearing up to make over 50,000 of these each week.
I love apple pie. Every time I eat apple pie, I think, man, my mom just hit it out of the park.
I'm Dave Smothers.
I'm Tim Smothers, and our mother started the Julian Pie Company in 1986.
From a young age, Liz Smothers developed a passion and a knack for baking.
She often tells a story of standing on a milk crate next to her mom.
I was probably 4 or 5 years old. I would crawl up on a box and take the little leftover pieces of dough and put them in a jar lid. I would put the little apple in my jar lid and cover it, and she would bake it in the oven just along with hers, and I would eat it. I would say that if I had not had that experience, I would never be in the pie business.
In the early 80s, the Smothers family moved to Julian, California, a picturesque mountain town near San Diego.
Funds were tight, so my mom ended up taking odd jobs.
When we moved here, I had to go to work. The only place that a job was available was in a bakery. And I tell you, after I started working with pie making, that old love just came right back.
That love was mutual. Liz's pies were in high demand at the local bakeries where she worked, quickly gaining a loyal following.
She had built up a reputation. There were stories that they would go in and go, well, I want one of her pies, and point at my mom.
A historic gold mining town, Julian thrives thanks to agriculture, namely its award-winning apples.
Once we came out here to Julian and she saw the opportunity, she just never looked back.
Wild horses couldn't have stopped me. Honestly, I was not thinking of how much money can I make. I just was dying to make a good pie like my mother made.
2 years after moving to Julian, Liz opened her own shop, the Julian Pie Company. She was 50 years old, proving it's never too late to embark on a dream.
My mom baked 120 pies and she sold out the first day. It was a great grand opening.
In this shop, there's an apple pie for everyone.
It's the apple crunch with vanilla ice cream. It's not too sweet and it's really fresh.
This is the most amazing pie I have ever had in my life.
From cherry apple to apple rhubarb, today, Julian has 15 unique apple pie varieties in rotation.
Thank you so much.
The most popular seller is the Dutch apple. My mom's kind of joke was that that's the pie that pays our rent.
Today, the busy bakers here make up to 10,000 pies a day. Pie production beginning around 3 a.m. It's no surprise that fall is their busiest season.
Thanksgiving's the Super Bowl, and Christmas is like another Super Bowl.
The pies are primarily made by hand, starting off with 4 ingredients.
Pie crust is just flour, water, shortening, salt.
That's it.
It's the way you handle the dough, so you get a nice short bread crust rather than a chewy crust.
The brothers say their mom had a gift for knowing just when to stop kneading to make it perfect.
If you don't get the dough right, you might as well not have the business. Miguel's worked with my mom. He knows exactly the precise measurements of how to do things. We add a few hundred pounds of flour, very ice cold water.
The twin arm mixer blends the dough.
That's what I think of as grandma's hand.
The 400-pound batch of dough heads to the extruder, where it's cut into individual portions.
So a 9.2-ounce puck falls into a pie shell, smashes the dough into a perfect shape. Then they go into our freezers and we use them as needed.
Next up, assembling the pies. Apples are peeled, sliced, then spiced.
Cinnamon, sugar, and salt. This is all my mom's original recipe. There'll be a little bit of butter. Every time that dumps, I just get giddy. I'm like, yes, we hit it out of the park. So these pies have all been packed. They're nice and round, kind of like a mushroom. Patty's going to begin lifting, which is separating the crust from the pie tin. If you don't do this step right here, that pie will bubble over in the oven. My mom was a queen fluter.
The pies are brushed with an apple cider egg wash before baking. Then they're cooled, boxed, and ready to be shipped. Julian's pies are sold in hundreds of stores, including big grocery chains like Albertsons, as well as mom and pop shops throughout San Diego.
My name's Sierra Smothers. I'm Liz Smothers' granddaughter. I grew up baking pies with my grandma. This job was actually my first job in high school.
These days, Sierra pitches in wherever she's needed, including driving the delivery truck.
I said, Sierra, do you want to spend the day with your dad and help me deliver pies? And she, of course, jumped at the opportunity. So we had a whole day together delivering pies. Everybody loved it.
Julian now has 2 locations, employing almost 70 people. So many admire their company's founder.
It's the best part.
No, everything I do is very, how would Liz want it done? Liz's perfectionism and attention to detail is really what's brought this company to the magnitude that it is. And if we don't carry that on, then what are we doing?
Liz passed away peacefully, surrounded by family in May. But her legacy lives on through the beloved recipes her family works hard to preserve.
I just hope that she's looking down and whatever that we do, we have her in our hearts and that she's proud.
Oh, this is where you get choked up. No, it's very special. I really miss her. She left a huge legacy with big shoes to fill.
As for the future of Julian, the Smothers continue to welcome customers old and new with open arms.
Come again, sweetie pie. That's my mom.
Coming up next, a North Carolina family is giving candy apples a glow up with their colorful and creative creations.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
This is what it looks and feels
With the
like.
latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
This is it.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
How do you make apples even sweeter? Well, you dip them in candy, of course. Candy apples have long been associated with boardwalks and state fairs, but there's one entrepreneur in North Carolina who's taking this traditional treat to a whole new level with a colorful twist on the classic coating.
My name is Kim Battle, and this is my husband Travis Battle, and we are the owners of Candy Apples by K.
Thank y'all.
I would describe Candy Apples by K as the world's first hard candy apple shop. We specialize in the hard candy apple that started out with the traditional carnival treat, and then we've expanded that to different colors, different flavors.
According to most historians, American-style candy apples were invented in New Jersey in the early 1900s. They're known for that signature cinnamon-flavored red shell, until now.
I like the tropical punch. My favorite flavor is turtle. I would certainly say that the variety makes them special.
For Kim and Travis, this treat has an especially sweet history.
Candy apples have always been a favorite. My husband used to bring them to me when we were dating. And then when I threw his surprise 40th birthday party, I wanted him to have gold candy apples as a favor. We found someone to make them, and then she encouraged me, you know, you can make these yourself. You could do this yourself.
Wanting to enjoy candy apples year-round, Kim began developing unique candy recipes at home. Her kids, her first taste testers.
Eventually, it picked up, and neighbors and friends would say, oh, I would buy some from you if you have some. And I thought, let me start an Instagram page and see how many people are interested in candy apples. At this point, I'm working full-time still as an accountant, and on the weekends I would start doing markets to offer these candy apples.
When Kim got laid off, she saw an opportunity to pursue her dream full-time.
There's never been a storefront that just focused on candy apples, and you love going in a cupcake shop and you're like, ooh, all the flavors and the beauty of having the case displayed of all these treats. And I thought that would be so yum to have the same thing but just in candy apples.
Candy Apples by K officially opened in April 2019. A line of eager patrons stretched down the sidewalk on opening day.
Any dream of hers, I'm definitely gonna support it. It's gonna become my dream as well. So we took off with it.
Today, Kim and her team make over 40 different flavors and rotate their offerings each week. The process starts, of course, with fresh apples that Travis picks up from local farmers markets each weekend.
Those are pretty.
In our opinion, the Granny Smith apple is the best apple to use. That tart, hard, crisp apple is perfect against sweet candy.
The apples are washed thoroughly in vinegar and hot water to remove that waxy coating.
And it creates a smooth surface for the candy to be applied to. In the candy apple world, this is a dirty apple and this is a clean apple.
The apples need to dry for 24 hours or else the candy coating won't stick properly.
Again, this might just be my opinion, but the more I've dipped, I feel like covering the apple all the way to the stick is ideal for presentation.
Kim's Candy starts with a base of sugar, corn syrup, and water heated to 300 degrees. Then flavor extracts are added. She's experimented with dozens over the years, including blue raspberry, sour watermelon, and pina colada. And while we couldn't get her to divulge exactly how she gets those eye-popping colors, Kim did reveal one secret.
Making sure that you're using bright colors and that your candy is not transparent would also be a key to making sure that you have a beautiful apple.
Many apples get a little extra love with candy pieces or nuts. The store now offering a variety of dipped treats, including candied grapes and chocolate dipped fruit. But the classics are always on standby.
Our family favorites are definitely still the Carnival. The Turtle, which is caramel, milk chocolate, and pecans, is also a huge favorite. It's one that we can slice and share with everyone.
And they really do mean everyone.
We have 5 kids ranging ages 2 to 22. They all contribute something different even to the family business, and they're very familiar with candy apples. They're so used to seeing them that I think the 5-year-old's first word was apple.
It was apple.
Elena, the couple's oldest, works at the shop. She also handles their social media to help boost business.
This is carrot cake. I feel it's really brought her out of her shell. I mean, she was an introvert and very quiet, but this has really blossomed her into being a lot more outgoing and engaging in conversation with customers.
The younger kids continue to taste test while Travis pitches in where needed.
He works full-time, but still in the evenings at night, he's washing apples, he's stocking the store, he's getting all our supplies. I think often, like, I don't think I could have done this with anybody else but him.
Kim owing a large part of her success to a generation that came before.
Our moms played a huge role as well. Travis's mom was so precise in developing a process, and a lot of the ways that we dip and a lot of our little tricks and secrets came from her. And then my mom working the store, she was actually washing apples as well.
She's grateful they were able to enjoy her success early on.
Last April, my mother-in-law passed away, and after losing her, that was very traumatic and hurtful for our family. She was the matriarch of the family, and so 2 weeks later, my mom passed, and we weren't expecting that of, either situation. We are definitely keeping them a daily part of our lives, remembering everything that they've taught us and instilled in us, knowing how tickled they were about how far the business had come. I don't think there's a day that goes by that we don't talk about them or think about them. A lot of times when we're doing things, we can kind of feel their peaceful spirit with us and encouraging us and pushing us. And without that, I don't know that we could continue,
And just like their mothers, Kim and Travis are passing down many lessons to their children.
I believe some of the things that the kids have learned by watching Kim run the business is resilience, patience, love and passion. A great job managing both.
Apples are a true American icon. At their core, they're a shining example of innovation and versatility, and their place in U.S. history is one of patriotism and pride. But most of all, they foster a sense of togetherness. I love the city of Baltimore. I've been coming here for years, and if there's one thing I know, the city of Baltimore is serious about his crab.
I love Baltimore crabs.
This is the stomp and grind of crab.
And I've been eating crabs since the time I could sit up at a table.
It's a little spicy, salty, and savory all in one.
If I could describe the taste, you can't. You just have to try it. You just have to try it.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. When you think Maryland, you gotta think blue crab, an essential part of the state's culture and cuisine. And no place knows how to cook it up quite like Baltimore. I mean, just as many ways as you can count, you can find ways to eat crab. Of course, there's your basic, your steamed crab with the beautiful spices, and you just start whacking that bad boy. You can get all that beautiful meat out. You can get canned crab if you'd like. Of course, there's also the fabulous crab mac and cheese with a hot dog. There's the crab dip, there's your crab soup, and of course, the king of crab, the crab cake. Yes, but this is a cake that needs no icing. Crab cakes have been enjoyed by many for centuries throughout the Chesapeake region. But here in Baltimore, they're a way of life. And one of the city's most popular go-tos is tucked away just inside the world-famous Lexington Market.
We're headed back to Houston today, and we wanted to have the best crab cake in town.
We're from Orlando, glad to be here.
People been coming to Faidley's for years.
Yes.
Ever since I was little, and I'm 25.
People from all around the world come here to Baltimore just to grab a bite of the famous Faidley's crab cake. It's made with fresh Maryland crab and family love. Everybody looks the same. How are you, my dear?
Hello.
Hello, hello.
So good to see you.
How are you, sir? You looking good?
You're looking great. Got something for you.
All right. There you go.
There you go. You need one of those.
Oh, yeah.
There you are.
Now I'm feeling really crabby. Pardon me, I've got to get a lawyer because there's a clause I have to have checked. I've known the folks at Faidley's Seafood for years, but they've been serving up fresh crab cakes even longer.
Hi, I'm Nancy Faidley Devine. I own Faidley Seafood. It's been in my family now for, 4 generations, and the 5th is coming up, so we've been around a long time.
I think people are astonished to see my parents at 84 and 89 still working. You can get another 5 cans and do a second batch if you need to with them. People ask her for an autograph, they ask her for a picture, they ask her to hold their babies. You know, it's really fun.
I mean, here's this company that's been part of Baltimore for over 130 years.
Right.
What is it about your place that has people coming back?
Right. I think it's that people come in here and go right away. There's a warmth.
Uh-huh.
It's like walking to somebody's home that's they're happy to have you.
Uh-huh.
You know, come and you feel, oh my gosh, I feel at home. And I get people, we were here 20 years, it's exactly the same.
In fact, Faidley still stands in its original location, founded here by John W. Faidley Sr. in 1886. Started off as a seafood stall, but over the generations grew into a Baltimore tradition, led by Bill and Nancy Devine, along with their daughter.
Damie Hahn, and I am the 4th generation of Faidley's, so I do everything. Give them a little bit of a smorgasbord of everything. Going over here to fillet a fish, over here to shuck an oyster, over there to steam a crab, back here to fry, up here to make a crab cake, back down on the phone, running in the shipping department. A tray like that is about, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bushels of crabs in order to get that tray. That's a lot of picking, and I don't think people realize how much work goes into getting an all jumbo lump.
Growing up, did you think you were going to end up here? You were going to be doing this?
No, but it was hard to get away from, and I couldn't see it going away. I couldn't see it ending with my parents. So
The pandemic hit.
yes.
You really had to step up.
My father called me and I said, Dad, you guys cannot come in here. You know, we don't know anything about this virus and the effects, especially on the elderly. And I know you want to be here, but you can't. And he said, Damie, do whatever you do, whatever you can to make payroll. It just makes me cry when I think about it. He said, just make sure that we don't have to lay anybody off. I don't want to lay anybody off. I don't want anybody to lose their job. And we did it.
And I saw it back when I came here in the 90s, and I still see it today. This truly is a family.
Oh, it is a family. and it's funny because I often tell people, Mom and Dad don't treat the employees any differently than they treat me. And that's the God's honest truth.
Which could be a good or a bad.
That's the God's honest truth. And that's why you end up having so many multi-generation families staying here.
That's right. Fadley's isn't just a family-owned business. It's run by family as well. Multiple generations of employees, father and daughter, father and son, mom and daughter, all building a home here.
I've been here since a junior in high school, so I've been doing the thing for a while. I'm gonna say it's been around 33, 34 years.
And I started in '79, a week before my son was born.
I started at 14 years old, and I'll be 42 years old in December.
It's always a challenge working with family. A lot of personalities, but you love each other and it always works, you know, it always works well.
What's really, really bad is when your kids are grandmothers.
Mom, we were in the middle of an interview. Oh, you just broke in.
You have to start over?
Yes.
You were saying about the challenges of working with family?
It's just a few of them, you know? Just a few.
While the family spirit makes customers feel at home, it's Fadley's crab cakes that keep them coming back.
What kind of oil do you cook your crab cakes in?
Soybean.
Soybean, thank you.
So excited to have this crab.
And I watch people for the first time put it in their mouth and they go, oh my God. And I go, and they're standing at a table in a market.
Yeah.
They're not sitting down to a white tablecloth and having somebody serve it on a silver platter. It's on a paper plate, but it belongs on a silver platter.
Nancy created her recipe in 1987, saying she's never changed it. So, besides yourself, how many other people know the Fadley's crab cake recipe?
Sleep with her, she won't tell me.
He doesn't even know how to make a cup of coffee. Why would I tell him?
So some people use breadcrumbs, you use crushed up saltines.
Broken saltines, yes. And not fine, because you have to use more. Now, so, and then this is the magic sauce.
This the secret sauce?
Yes.
So it's just enough to mix the ingredients
Right.
together, nothing more.
That's right.
And the
Fine.
big ball of crab right there.
That's it.
Boom. Oh, look at this. Oh, boy. Oh. It was just like I remember eating it 26 years ago.
You know what? I'm told that all the time when people come in here. The best part about this is you haven't changed a thing.
Now this is a legacy. Well, we know how the crabs end up, but how do they get them? Let's go find out. Coming up, the generations of black watermen who've made a living pulling in Maryland's most famous catch.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
The Chesapeake Bay men and women who work these waters are probably just as famous as the legendary catch that they pull out. And in fact, it's back-breaking work that is passed on from generation to generation, including blackjacks. Those were the black watermen who worked these waters all the way back into the 1800s and are a vital part of this community. The Chesapeake Bay is home to a vast variety of seafood, but none as valuable or as well known as the blue crab. The catch here makes up over a third of the nation's supply, and on average, more than 50 million pounds of blue crabs are harvested from the bay.
I'm Captain Tyrone Meredith, charter boat captain, owner, and operator of the Island Queen II.
Captain Meredith knows these waters well. He grew up on them.
I'm the fourth generation waterman, and my great-grandfather, he worked on the water, my grandfather, and my father. We've been here ever since the 1860s, making a living working on the Chesapeake Bay.
This has been the way of life for generations of watermen here in Kent Narrows, a town just 50 miles south of Baltimore. For hundreds of years, they've caught, processed, and sold blue crabs to markets up and down the eastern shore. By the mid to late 1800s, Kent Narrows had also become one of many unlikely havens on the bay for free and enslaved African Americans.
There was more black watermen anywhere on the whole East Coast, probably in the United States.
Those watermen, also known as blackjacks, forged their path to liberation on the water. Their expertise essential to the booming seafood industry. So much so, the government granted some black watermen Seamen's Protection Certificates, providing sailors with American citizenship and a path to economic freedom.
Hey, Lois, I'm coming up on you now. Okay, I got you. Yeah? Howdy biting today?
This morning it did pretty good. Well, being out here is your own boss. You do what you want to do and got nobody to tell you, go get me this or go get me that.
75-year-old Lewis Carter still finds that same sense of freedom on the water today. He's also one of the last generations of black watermen alive. Every morning, before the sun rises, he sets out to catch crabs in the bay.
I started in 1961, I was about 15, and I've been at it ever since. Right now, I'm going down the line, and when I get to the other end, I'll throw it off. Crabs will come up on that bait. The pressure from the water pushes them back in this dipper. Okay, these are the big, large males. You put them in one basket. That's a female with red claws. Put them in one basket.
He's one of the last Mohegans left. There's not too many people that still make a living from the water. Most of them moved away, got other jobs, and It's changing because it's harder to make a living from the bay.
Crabbing season runs from spring into late fall, but changes in climate, cost, and labor have made each successive year more challenging. As younger generations take up new trades, there are less people working the waters and ultimately fewer black watermen.
Back when I started, it was a plenty black watermen, but they died out and the younger ones never taking their place. In one way, it makes me feel bad, and I don't think it'll be no chance no more black watermen. I really do believe that.
Captain Meredith estimates there are fewer than a dozen black watermen on the bay. Like many of his peers, he's had to turn to other work.
Back when I was crabbing teenager, I caught high as 50 bushel a day. Right now, crabbers catching 2 or 3 bushel a day. Now I started running charters, fishing charters, because crabbing started declining and the fishing was more lucrative money-wise.
And educational. His charters are an opportunity to keep stories of the blackjacks alive for generations ahead. Although tradition on these waters is changing, one thing remains the same.
Nothing tastes like the Chesapeake Bay Maryland crab. It's got that certain taste to them, and it's the only place like that in the world is the Chesapeake Bay blue crab.
Next, an up-and-coming Baltimore chef inspired by his family's love of cooking.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Back in Baltimore, a new generation is putting a spin on the crab cake.
So I'm Alex Perez. I'm the owner of Poppy Cuisine. I'm an artist at heart, so cooking, the arts of culinary, that's something that I'm very passionate about. Not necessarily having a recipe to go off of and just getting in the kitchen, freestyling and coming up with a masterpiece.
It's that freestyling approach that brings people through these doors, clamoring for a taste.
Crab is king in Baltimore, so you're going to see crab cakes, crab cake fries, crab cake egg rolls. Everyone's been going crazy over it as well.
This is the bomb.
So I just come back to that, and I enjoy it every time I come here.
We actually live in D.C., so we rode all the way up here an hour just to come here.
Right now I'm drizzling our warhead and our aioli sauces on it. I have family from the Dominican Republic. I'm Afro-Latino. I'm black on my mother's side. And pretty much has always had a love for food and cooking food, eating food. So learning how to cook from my dad. So my dad taught me how to cook at the age of 10. I grew up, watching my grandmother cook a lot as well. So I started pretty much combining the foods that I learned to cook from my grandmother with the foods I learned how to cook from my father. And that's kind of like how the whole Poppy cuisine, was born in her kitchen, essentially.
That was 8 years ago. While working a full-time job, Alex began building a new business on the side, catering food out of his grandma's kitchen. In February 2020, he was finally able to open a restaurant. Then, the pandemic hit.
Of course, a month later, we get the news that we had to shut down and only do takeout. So that just opened up the floodgates, essentially. And you had people standing in line, hundreds of people on the block in that mass, cars double parked up and down the streets. And it was mayhem.
During a global crisis, the city Alex was born and raised in rallied around him. Now, Poppy Cuisine is packed with locals and tourists alike. But the chef stays true to his roots, running it with close family and friends.
My little sister, Natasha.
Hi.
How's it going?
Natasha, my big bro, Alex.
I can employ family members, friends, and so forth, that people who I grew up with, people that I'm close to, and it's very rewarding,
Coming up, I'm going to grab my apron and join Alex and Grandma Gloria for a lesson in cooking crab.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
Love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, how's it going? Nice to meet you.
I wanted to meet Alex and his grandma Gloria, the inspiration behind his cooking. So I dropped by their kitchen to say hello.
Well, I know I picked up from my grandmother, my mother-in-law, and just put my own spin on certain dishes. I didn't follow it to the recipe to the letter.
So you're able to ad-lib a little bit.
Yeah, but he's always asked me when I fix a dish, well, what did you put in this? How did you do this? And I would tell him, I said, you don't have to follow to the letter, put your own spin.
And Alex has done just that, turning the classic crab cake into an egg roll. Genius! The ingredients, simple. A pound of jumbo lump crab, panko breadcrumbs, aged cheddar cheese, egg roll wrappers, and a couple of sauces and microgreens to top it off. There's the star of the show, the crab meat. Put on an apron. I've got rubber gloves on. All right, patient's ready. So how do we get started, Alex?
Yeah, so first what you want to do is we have some Maryland jumbo lump crab here. So for the most part, it shouldn't have much shells in, but typically I like to sift through it. Just gotta see if there's any shells, and if so, you can put the shells right back in this container.
There you go. So Gloria, did you know you were helping raise a culinary genius?
Well, no, but I know he liked to eat.
This sauce particular is our crab sauce mix. So we're gonna drizzle a little bit at a time. Cause I don't wanna put too much, just enough to bind.
You got enough foul?
Yep, I think I'll have enough.
She stayed by me. I like this. I like this lady.
This is why I'm so particular about, when I'm doing things in the kitchen.
Uh-huh.
Gonna start actually rolling these things up. Yes.
Why do you think this recipe is so popular at the restaurant, the most popular?
Well, I think because it pretty much gives you the ability to take a Baltimore favorite and make it handheld and on the go. Throw in your hand and
street
eat.
Food.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I think that's one of the biggest reasons it's very popular, other than the taste as well.
Right. Well, exactly.
Yeah, because that's
you can take it with you, but if it doesn't taste good,
exactly.
Come back for it.
Yeah. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take like a pinch of crab. It's around like a quarter cup or so. They're gonna sit in the middle.
Not too much?
Yeah, we want to take a little bit out, a little pinch out. Actually, we want to put a little bit more in. Yeah.
Which is it?
All right, so that's perfect right there. That's perfect. And we're gonna literally fold them up envelope style.
What is it about cooking and family that is so important?
Yeah, I think for me, living a busy life as a business owner and a dad, a husband, and things like that, I feel like food is an opportunity for family to come together, talk about things, especially if you haven't seen each other in a long time. And it's a way for us to connect. So, here you go.
Is it true you've never done this before?
No, I haven't. It's true.
Oh. Could have fooled me that you never did this before. Look at that. Bam! Done.
Faster than I did.
Wow! Wow! It's a natural grandma thing. Love it. So now we're going to get the deep fryer up here and fry these bad boys up.
Oh, absolutely.
Woo! If you had to describe the heart of your cuisine, what is it, and how does Baltimore kind of is part of that?
Pretty much my story, and I think that connects very well to our Baltimore, because I grew up here, all my life, and I think everything that I faced during the time that I started this company up until now, I've been transparent about, and it resonated very well with the people in Baltimore, and they watched my journey through the years, and I feel like that's really the heart of what I do.
Make sure
and something crisp around the edges and everything like that. So that's why I keep turning them, so it doesn't fry on one particular side too much. And just want to even fry.
Ooh.
Nice and golden.
So you want to cut these diagonally. So I'm going to drizzle. This is our aioli sauce, house made, and this is our warhead sauce right here. So the sauce is kind of sweet, has a tangy bite to it.
Oh, kind of like Gloria.
Yep, that's right.
Well, I guess there's only one thing left to do.
Yeah, and that's
Try
the
it.
piece.
Yes, yes. Crab cake egg roll.
Here we go.
Wow. Chef Alex, you have done Baltimore proud.
Thank you.
Our time here in Baltimore is coming to an end. We tried the traditional crab cake, tasted a modern spin with crab cake egg rolls, and even went straight to the source on the Chesapeake Bay. At the center of it all, one thing still ringing true: food tastes better when you eat it with family. When most of us think about Detroit, Motown, car manufacturing, even sports comes to mind. But when it comes to food, the folks here in the Motor City are all about one famous Frank, the Coney dog. And no, we're not talking about Coney Island in New York. In Michigan, a Coney is both a diner to locals and a hot dog smothered in chili, topped with onions, and finished off with a of mustard. Now, there are dozens of Coneys in the Detroit metro area. Some bear the Coney Island name, others don't. But you'll always find some type of sausage, a bun, and a signature meat sauce on the menu. So, what makes Michigan crazy for Coney's? Let's find out.
The relationship between Coney's and Detroit, it's a long relationship. It's a long love story.
The Coney is a part of Detroit.
If you can drive and eat a Coney, it's not a Detroit-style Coney, in my opinion.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Welcome to Detroit. What do you say we travel back in time to the earliest days of the Coney? The folks at American Coney Island have been dishing up this local specialty for more than 100 years. In fact, this restaurant and the one next door, well, they've got a shared history. But American has been run by the same family for 3 generations. Founded by a Greek immigrant, this restaurant story is synonymous with the legendary hot dog of this city. What do you say we go meet the family?
One to go plain, one fry.
At American Coney Island, hot dogs aren't just a meal, they're memories. Grace Quiros is the 3rd generation owner of this legendary spot. Grace!
Al!
Hi, good to see you again.
Good to
It's been
see
a
you.
long time.
It has.
We sat down to talk Coney traditions, turning points, and of course, toppings. People are very passionate about their Coney Island hot dog.
Yes, they are.
Why?
Because it holds a nostalgia and a tradition to them. We see daily generations of people coming in here. Remember Grandpa bringing them, my mom brought me. It's part of their growing up, it's part of their life.
30 years ago, Grace took over the restaurant reins from her dad, Chuck Quiros. Chuck inheriting the business from his father, founder Konstantin Quiros, AKA Gust. Your place, this place on this corner, has been here for 105 years. What is it like being really part of the fabric of an iconic city like Detroit?
It's surreal. I mean, I think back to my grandfather and my dad and the things they saw here from riots to Tigers winning the World Series when they were good. Such a deep history and proud. I love this city.
The Coney craze in Detroit is really a legacy of the Quiros family.
Historian Joe Grimm co-writing the book on Coneys in the Motor City.
The Quiroses came to Detroit from Dara in Greece, where this was a sheep herding town, and they needed to find work. And they really struck gold, as in the color of mustard, when they started making these Coney Island hot dogs.
In the late 1800s, Greece was facing a massive economic crisis, setting off a wave of global migration. By 1920, it's estimated that over 400,000 Greeks immigrated to the United States seeking new opportunities. Like most European immigrants of the era, they passed through New York before moving on to other parts of the country.
They entered, most of them, through Ellis Island, which is near Coney Island. They saw people on Coney Island and in New York eating hot dogs and said, we're going to go into the hot dog business, but we're going to top it with something Greek. Now, the true origins, like who invented the Coney dog, lost to history. It just sort of happened in a lot of places in about the same time, mostly by Greek immigrants.
Gust and his brother, Bill Quiros, opening one of Detroit's first Coney shops in the early 1900s. A family rift caused the brothers to split, leading to side-by-side Coney operations and a long-lasting restaurant rivalry. Detroiters swearing allegiance to American or Lafayette, but only American is still owned by the Quiros family today.
We figure well more than 100 Coney Islands can trace their lineage directly to that flat-top grill.
Each Coney spot in the Detroit area and throughout Michigan has its own history, from National to Kirby's to Nicky D's, from Berkeley, Coney Island to El George's to Leo's and more. But all of the city's Coneys have a similar foundation, starting with a steamed bun. You add a beef and pork hot dog.
Then it's covered with a chili sauce. And the chili sauce is where Coney owners can improvise and innovate. And then on top of that, it's going to be a yellow salad mustard and diced onions, and never any ketchup. If you put ketchup on a Coney dog, you might get thrown out of the restaurant.
Definitely a controversial condiment here.
Definitely no ketchup.
But I see ketchup behind.
We sell French fries. When customers come to the carryout and want, I'll have a Coney with everything. Every once in a while you get, okay, I want ketchup on mine too. We don't do it. We refuse to put the ketchup on the hot dog. And we've had people got a little upset with us. I'm like, dude, I'm not putting ketchup on the hot dog.
Your grandfather immigrates here from
Greece.
Why hot dogs?
It was something that he had seen when he landed at Ellis Island in New York. He saw, the amusement park. You got to remember, he was a young man, came over with no money. Borrowed a pair of shoes. He heard the automotive business was hiring in Detroit, made his way to Detroit, thinking they'll hire me even though I don't know how to read or write. They didn't. On this little corner right here where we are now, he started a little push cart. We're Greek, right? We know food. So Grandpa remembered the hot dogs, made a Greek chili sauce. Our chili's a little unique.
You hear about a Coney Island hot dog, you
Yes.
think about Nathan's in New York City.
But here's the difference. I'm going to stop you.
Okay.
A Coney Island in New York is an amusement park
Right.
that sells hot dogs. In Detroit, a Coney Island is it's the hot dog with the chili, mustard, onions on it. That's the difference. And I got a lot of heated arguments, people, about that.
Really?
In Detroit, it is the actual thing you're eating, thanks to my grandpa, because he named it American Coney Island. He was so grateful he was in America and all the opportunities were given to him.
Grace now in charge of carrying on the family legacy. It's obviously been passed from generation to
Yes.
generation here. But each time you lose a member of the generation, it's got to be tough. You just lost your dad.
Yes.
Not too long ago.
Yeah, 6 months ago.
When you come in, do you feel him here?
I do. Yes, I do. And I feel a sense of pride. I miss him a lot, obviously, but I just feel his presence. I feel everything he taught me. My grandpa did his thing. Then once my dad stepped in and took over, he took it to the next level. Then I took it to a whole nother level, with my brother's help included.
Grace's brother, Chris Soteropoulos, helps run the business today. There's an American outpost at the Detroit Zoo, plus a new location in Las Vegas. They're also shipping Coney kits all across the country. You get everybody from all walks of life, every demographic, every racial component,
You nailed it,
everybody
100%.
comes here.
Yes.
The American Coney is the great equalizer.
I love the way you put it that way, Al. Exactly. We love our customers. Our customers are like family. This is no joke. This is who made us. So we treat you like family. We don't know any different.
Coming up, I learned how to make the quintessential Coney.
One up!
Right there, nice job.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
This is what it looks and feels like.
The bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
At American Coney Island, the oldest family-run Coney spot in Detroit, they keep things traditional. But as I look at your menu, and I look at the pictures, they're vintage, let's say.
That's-
It doesn't look like you have strayed that much from the original menu.
We haven't. I won't. Why add to it when it's working?
You know what else is working? Me. I got behind the grill with Grace to prep the perfect plate of conies.
This is the proprietary hot dog. If you notice the natural casing.
Yes.
It's a 90% beef, 10% pork with a lambskin casing.
That's like 3 meats in one. You
Exactly.
Got pork, beef, and lamb.
That's right. And that's what makes it pop. Like when you bite into it and
Oh,
it
the
snaps
snap.
like a party in your mouth.
Yes. That detail kept popping up everywhere we went.
It's a warm bun, it's the snap of the hot dog.
When you bite it, you hear that pop.
You can tell it's a natural casing because when you bite it, it snaps back at you.
The steamer bun.
And
That's what we were taught. They're in a
Oh,
steamer.
it's
You know,
in a
there's just
steamer.
enough steam in here. So you're gonna pull out the bun.
Right.
Look for the cut.
Yep.
So open it up a little. Grab your plate.
Yes.
All right. So we're gonna grab one.
Right.
Come over here. Do you want to top it or do you want to?
I want to watch the top.
Okay. Give it a little mix.
Little-
This is that
little zhuzh.
Greek. Yeah, that's right. It gets a little messy. Some chili. Add a little more. You know, be cheap with the chili. Greek spices.
Yes.
That's the magic.
The secret spice blend? Well, it's secret. But the chili is made with ground beef.
The tangy mustard.
Tangy.
Just a little lime. Nothing more. You take some onions, sprinkle them across. There you go.
Boom, okay.
105 years.
105 years of magic. My turn. Get a plate.
I need one up, which means I need one for a customer.
One for a
Everything
customer.
on it. Chili, mustard, onions.
Get the split.
Open it up a little more, El.
Little
All
more?
right, that's not too bad.
Okay. Boom. All right, now I come
Keep
over
the bun
here.
open because you want the chili to
'cause
go
you want
with
the
it.
chili to go
Yeah,
in.
you want the chili. You want it, yeah.
I want that
You're gonna
chili.
chintz out on
Get
that
a little-
chili.
Don't chintz on the chili.
Turn your dish a little so it's easier for you to pour over
All
there.
right. Oh, that really, it does have a creamy
See,
consistency.
it's really creamy, right? Exactly.
A little mustard.
There you go. Ooh, that's heavy mustard. Did they order heavy mustard?
No, they didn't. I'm making this for myself.
Exactly. There you go.
All right, one up.
Ready? There, nice job.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Woo!
Good job, Al.
Hey now.
Life-changing experience.
It's magic in your mouth.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas. Weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Yeah, I love you too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Every great coney needs a great bun, but not just any bun will do. A few miles from downtown Detroit is another family-run institution that's keeping the coney tradition alive. What started as a small baking business is now one of the state's biggest suppliers of coney buns. And that bun is the Coney Island Steamer. a good bun.
The Coney Island Steamer is a 6-inch hot dog bun.
At Metropolitan Baking Company, they like big buns and they cannot lie.
The Coney Island Steamer bun is our flagship item on the bun and roll line.
Not to mention, they claim to have buns of steel.
These buns sit in a steam table. The product's formulated for that steam table. That bun is going to sit there and it's not going to fall apart on you when you load it with all those condiments.
In Michigan, Coney dogs aren't just a tasty meal, they're big business.
The Coney business gave rise to supplier industries, just as the auto industry did. So we need to have a major bun maker here. The big maker nowadays is Metropolitan Bakery, and they bake these Coney dog buns with the sponge dough method.
For 3 generations, the Cordes family, who also trace their roots back to Greece, has risen to the occasion, selling specialty breads.
Metropolitan Baking Company was founded by my grandfather in 1945.
In the beginning, Metropolitan only sold simple loaves. Today, they produce dozens of items for grocery stores, high-end restaurants, and of course, Coney diners. And while their products have changed over the years, a few names have truly stood the test of time.
He was George James Cordes, namesake, and my father is James George Cordes, and I'm George James Cordes. My father, just like me, was bred in the business.
George credits his father for the company's massive expansion in the mid-'80s.
This summer, we're going to be producing millions of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns.
This abundance, pun intended, is all thanks to automation.
Automation is really what transformed this company. We went from packaging maybe 10, 15 loaves of bread a minute to 140 loaves a minute.
In 2001, after years of recipe testing, the signature steamer bun was added to the product line.
It is a hot dog bun that we've formulated to be used at the Coney Island restaurants, in Metro Detroit specifically. This bun that we produce is in roughly 95% of all Coney Island restaurants.
And it takes a lot of dough to make all those buns.
So what we're doing right now, this is where it all begins. This is the mixing room, and we're about to create a 1,600-pound dough batch of hot dog buns. Major ingredients are going to be flour is 65%, then you've got your yeast, you've got your sugar, you've got your oil, and a bunch of proprietary ingredients. Any minute. That's roughly 1,200 packages of Coney Island Steamer hot dog buns. There you go. You did it.
That makes over 14,000 buns. After mixing, the dough gets cut into bun-sized portions.
You're looking at 3-foot sheets that were just guillotined, and now they're going into a smaller divider to be put into roughly 1.25-ounce dough balls.
Next up, time to proof.
After 60 minutes, the dough has risen. And after about 10 minutes bake time, we're gonna have a fully baked hot dog bun that's prepared to cool.
The buns are almost ready.
The product's sliced, after the cooling conveyor, and then it's paddled on top of each other to create a 12-pack, a dozen buns. The baskets are headed down to logistics and ready to be set up for routes.
Then it's off to stores in Michigan's finest Coney restaurants, including American Coney Island. While the factory may have a lot of machinery, George has always been hands-on.
So I worked here every summer throughout high school and throughout college, almost every position. And you really learn what hard work is as a kid to work in a bread factory, when it's 110 degrees out.
When Grandpa George started the company, he had fewer than 10 employees. Today, they've got almost 100.
When they say employees, family employees, that's what John is. He's literally family.
John Grabowski has worked with all 3 generations of the Cordes family. At 12 years old, he took a summer job washing buckets at Metropolitan. Today, he's the plant's lead engineer.
It's like family. When you come to this business, everybody that's here, they feel like family to me. Everybody says hello to each other. It's a good camaraderie. Everybody likes each other.
It's more than just bread and butter for the employees.
It's really nice being run by a family-owned business. You can come to work and feel like you're at home.
It's like a second family to me. We all work together. We get down in the dirt. We exchange all kinds of work habits, and we learn from each other, and we do the best we can.
The longtime employees are proud keeping Detroit's Coney tradition going strong.
We all grew up eating conies, right? Comerica Park, baseball games as a kid with mom and dad and the grandparents, family time. Coney dogs that's a part of pretty much everybody's childhood. It's a joy to be a part of that heritage.
Today, Metropolitan's running 6 days a week, 20 hours a day.
The amount of product that we're sending out each day, from the first dough that's kicking out around 1:30 in the morning till the final package at 10 at night, I feel constant pride.
As for the future, George's kids seem to have inherited his love for the bakery.
My daughters, Cecile and Sloan, I bring them almost every Saturday. They actually tell me that they enjoy it more than Disney World. This is their favorite place on earth, just like what it was for me as a kid that age.
It's that joy and a family legacy that George hopes will carry on for many years to come.
I absolutely love what we're doing here. I love our history. I never want to be that third generation cliche. I want to continue the growth with my kids, or my kids' kids, have them look back, family members, and say, wow, that's incredible. Look at what you've done.
NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece to the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest developments. The bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe. For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Chili, mustard, onion.
What happens if you reverse it?
Oh, you're out.
You're out.
You're out.
You're out.
Minutes from downtown is Detroit's Brush Park neighborhood. Folks here are flocking to enjoy the good vibes at this cool Coney spot. CMO may be relatively new to the game, but loyal fans can't get enough of their chili, mustard, and onions. CMO, get it? But unlike most diners in town, here, the Coney, the sauce, and everything else on the menu is powered by plants.
My name is Pete Lacombe. I'm the owner of Chili Mustard Onions in Detroit, Michigan.
You could say opening a vegan Coney spot in the Coney capital takes guts and grit, and that's exactly what this family's made of.
I don't follow any rules. I follow the important ones, but I don't do what everybody else does.
Pete and his wife Shelley, along with their daughter Darla, launching CMO in 2018. It's the first and only all-vegan Coney spot in Detroit.
I would say my wife gave me the biggest kick in the butt to go vegan, and we did.
I had a vision that we were going to open a vegan Coney Island, and I told Pete that, and he told me I was out of my mind.
Pete and Shelley have enjoyed many a traditional Coney as lifelong Detroit residents.
When Shelley and I got married, she used to tell me all the time that I was going to open a restaurant, and it was going to be a vegan restaurant. And I said, yeah, I'm not vegan. So I asked her why she thought I was going to open a vegan restaurant. She said, you could never hurt an animal or sell animals. And I went, you're so right.
Now, the family's been vegan for over 10 years.
It not only saved my life going vegan and saved my life by doing something I love, I got to do something I love every single day with the people I love.
Before entering the restaurant business, Pete worked in the auto industry, just like his dad and his granddad.
When I was in automotive design, I ate horribly. I smoked cigarettes, I drank a lot. It was just kind of the norm in that field. That was really in my blood, but it wasn't in my soul. Cooking was in my soul.
Pete's true passion coming from spending time with family in the kitchen.
So we lived really close to my grandparents, and what was in my soul was food. I cooked with my grandmas all the time. My grandma, my mom's mom, really should have opened a restaurant, and I feel like I'm living that dream through her.
That dream now possible with the next generation.
So Darla's our manager, and she takes care of the customers so well. And seeing the woman that she has become, we're so proud of her.
My wife and I, we've been through so much. We're partners in crime, partners in life, partners in love.
And partners in creating a home away from home for every customer.
I created CMO, the interior, to reflect like my basement or my living room, where you can come over and eat at my house. Everybody's welcome in my home.
Every day, somebody wants to go tell him how fabulous this place is and how blown away they are with his food.
Since it first opened, CMO has been delighting vegans and non-vegans alike with their take on hot dogs smothered in chili.
The amount of love and emotion that is put into the food in every bite, you can tell that. I've never had vegan food, but it was really, really good. It just tasted so similar to it would as a regular Coney Island.
You know, it's hard to come by something that's like so close to like a childhood favorite.
Of course, I had to see if this Coney truly lived up to the hype.
Hey, Al. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Welcome to my kitchen.
Well, this is really cool. We've heard all about this. When you're used to something that is meat,
yeah,
you know, getting them to try something that doesn't quite fit what they think it's supposed to be.
For me, I let my food speak. If I put something out there on a plate that is incredible, happens to be vegan, that changes minds and hearts, and you know, it's incredible.
I see your wife and your daughter standing out there. Are they taste testers?
Oh, my wife for sure, yes.
That's love.
It is. Oh, it's love. And we'll be married 30 years this year.
Congratulations.
So, thank you.
Let's make some vegan magic.
Let's do that.
The hot dog, what kind of protein is this?
It's a pea and soy protein.
And this is your chili.
Yes.
Now, what's the protein in here for
This
chili?
is a Beyond Crumble, a plain Beyond Crumble.
A lot of Coney places are hush-hush about their chili, but Pete was willing to dish a little.
How do you make your chili?
I use a blend of spices, salt, pepper, garlic, onion, and a few other things that are top secret. We're gonna throw that in our water.
Okay.
That's the hero right there.
Right there.
The spice is the hero.
The chili's brought to a boil, then thickened with potato starch. It was time to try my first vegan Coney.
That's a healthy ladle.
It is. I usually do a little more than that.
Wow.
So, yeah. Do a lot of onions. Here they are.
Let's give it a shot. That's really good. Especially the chili.
Thank you.
How long did you have to work on the chili recipe?
You know, I hit it right on the head when we first went vegan, and then I didn't write it down. So then it took me about a year after that to really nail it down.
But even with a winning recipe, times have been tough for CMO.
What was the pandemic like for you guys?
It hit us extremely hard, and we're still struggling and fighting, and you know, there's no quit in us, but it's been tough. Yeah.
How's the future look for you?
I really don't know. We're trying. We're working every day, but I don't know what the future holds. I really don't.
If it's based on the taste of that, your future's bright, my friend.
Thank you so much.
That is good.
Thanks so
wow.
much.
The history behind Detroit's Coney dog is truly an all-American tale, from the Greek immigrants who borrowed the name to a mashup of traditional flavors with a boardwalk staple. And now, there's a whole generation of locals who are ensuring that this regional hot dog is here to stay. There are dozens of Chinatowns all across America with interesting architecture, diverse restaurants, and specialty shops. It's no wonder they're popular with locals and tourists alike. They also provide places for new immigrants and for families to create communities. But with gentrification and all sorts of problems from the pandemic, it's no wonder that all these Chinatowns are rapidly changing. It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. Okay, so it's no surprise. There's incredible food to be found here in Manhattan's Chinatown, folks lining up all the time. But there used to be Chinatowns in cities and towns, big and small, all across this country. In fact, the longest running family-owned Chinese restaurant is in a place you might never think of, Butte, Montana. At the turn of the century, Butte, Montana was a bustling mining town. The invention of electricity leading to a demand for conductors like copper. Mining boomed, the city flourishing. The demand for labor brought thousands of immigrants to Butte. They came from so many different countries, including Italy, Ireland, and China. It was the classic portrait of the American West, with gambling, saloons, even a red light district. By 1914, Butte's Chinatown was thriving, with over 60 Chinese-owned businesses.
Now we're going to prepare broccoli beef. My name is Jerry Tam, and I'm the owner of the Pekin Noodle Parlor.
The Pekin first opened as a tobacco shop and casino run by Jerry's great uncle, Hum Yao. 2 years later, Hum adding a restaurant, and the Pekin Noodle Parlor was born.
This building has 3 different levels. The top level obviously is the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and then the second level on the main street used to be a herbal medicine shop.
That shop was run by Jerry's great-grandfather, Tam Kwang Yi.
It's crazy to think that, everything came over from China at one time. Like, they didn't make soy sauce in America. The noodles were fried and brought over on ships because they didn't make fresh noodles. So the history of this place really holds true that this is a Chinese restaurant, from Chinese immigrants.
I met up with culinary historian Grace Young to learn more about America's earliest Chinatown. Where was the first Chinatown and how did it get started?
The first Chinatown is San Francisco. The first Chinese came to California for the gold rush, and that was 1848. And they came because America needed cheap labor. And so from gold rush, they ended up doing farming, manufacturing, and then eventually they worked on the Transcontinental Railroad. And the first Chinatown formed because America wanted cheap labor, but they didn't want the Chinese to live with whites. So they were ostracized from white communities.
So, talk to me about that first wave of Chinese immigration to the U.S.
The Chinese came from southern China, principally from the area of Canton, and there was tremendous prejudice against the Chinese. They were lynched, and because the Chinese were willing to work for lower wages, they were seen as the reason why Americans were suffering so much. So the blame was unfairly placed on the Chinese.
In 1882, Congress signed the Chinese Exclusion Act into law. It banned Chinese from migrating to the U.S. It marks the only time in American history that an entire race or ethnic group was banned from immigrating.
But the interesting thing about this Exclusion Act was that there was actually exemption for Chinese tourists, students, teachers, and also merchants.
A landmark court case in 1915 classified Chinese restaurant owners as merchants.
And it gave them a way to circumvent the Exclusion Act of 1882.
It was this exemption that allowed Jerry's great uncle to open Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, paving a path for more family members to immigrate to the U.S. and help the business. Jerry's father, Danny Wong, arrived in the U.S. in 1947 as a teenager.
Ever since he was 14 years old, he's been working at the Pekin Noodle Parlor, and he just started with the simple roles of washing dishes, and then he learned how to cook, and then he slowly just started integrating himself into, managing it and working with the waitresses and the staff.
Danny taking over the restaurant in the 1950s spending years turning it into a pillar of the local community.
Well, I've been coming here for at least 50 years, and they give me plenty of food. I never walk away hungry.
I love coming to work because of all the people I work with. Like, they choose really nice people. And
I mean, my father probably employed over 10,000 people at this, throughout his whole entire life. So it's interesting to know that there's nearly 5 to 6 generations of people that, have worked here.
The menu at Pekin Noodle Parlor hasn't changed much over the years.
We do a thing called chop suey. And what chop suey is tidbits of leftover vegetables that were kind of mixed together in its own gravy and served on top of chow mein noodles. We've been serving it for over 110 years.
Chop suey is in large part why Chinese food became so popular across the United States.
Chop suey was the first time America experienced a culinary craze, a food craze. And it's starting at the end of the 19th century that there are Americans who are venturing into Chinatown. The way they got them to even experiment with Chinese food was to make a stir fry that was actually quite bland. So they used bamboo shoots, water chestnuts, onions, oftentimes there was celery.
For many years, Chinatowns were the only places where non-Chinese Americans could sample Asian flavors.
Americans were going into Chinatown, some were curious, they wanted to experience curio shops, Chinese operas.
With increased tourism, Chinatowns in large cities grew, but it was a different story in Montana. Like many mining towns, Butte lost many of its workers as production slowed in the 1950s.
Once the copper ran dry, then the people just started to pick up and just kind of move on and move back to their families and the bigger states.
As miners left Butte for new opportunities, its Chinatown disappeared. In the early 1900s, there were 7 chop suey restaurants listed in the Butte City Directory. Today, only the Pekin Noodle Parlor remains open.
NBC News, streaming free now. This is what it looks and feels
the latest, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you gonna do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm gonna go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold.
We have this circle of women that love each other.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Love ya.
I love you too.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Jerry Tam runs the Pekin Noodle Parlor in Butte, Montana.
People may know this is the oldest Chinese restaurant in America, but below it is so much history.
Despite Pekin's historic status, Jerry says he was never pressured by family to join the business.
I never learned to cook until I came back in around 2009, because like any Asian American, my parents wanted all of their kids to go to college, so we all went to colleges around the nation and to get a better education, to become a lawyer, a doctor, and what have you. But I went into fashion, and what was great about that is I got to see the world because of it.
In 2004, Jerry even appearing on Bravo's Project Runway. But a few years later, family duty calling him home.
And unfortunately, my mom had a stroke, so my dad needed help, taking care of her and taking care of the restaurant. I think it was really hard on my father because they were in a generation where they loved each other every day, and they were just best friends.
After Jerry's mom passed, Jerry and his dad began operating Pekin together.
He never stopped working, so he was working here all the way until 85, until he couldn't make up the stairs anymore. My father and I spent every day together. I made sure he was healthy all the way till the end, the best of my ability I can do. My father passed in November, and it was really, heartbreaking. He didn't want to say goodbye to my sisters or me or this restaurant or the community. He loved Butte, Montana.
Jerry now runs Pekin Noodle Parlor with his cousin Nelson. Together, they're working to preserve a family legacy and keep a piece of Chinese American history alive in an unlikely place.
I've been asked the question, what is the future of the Pekin? And the best answer I can give you is, let's just keep it the same. Let's not change anything, because that's what people come here for. They need to have their parking spots, they have their booths, they have their favorite place to sit at the bar. I don't think they want any change, because this is a place that feels like home.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey, podcast fans, ready to unlock our true crime mysteries? Try Dateline Premium on Apple Podcasts. You'll get early access to originals, plus bonus content, and everything is ad-free. So head to Apple Podcasts now to subscribe.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest development, the bigger piece of the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
You get one beautiful life to live. Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold. We have this circle of women that love each other. This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric. Love ya. Love you too.
This is what it looks and feels.
From the storm zone.
The bigger piece of the puzzle comes.
New numbers just out this morning.
Good evening. We begin tonight with breaking news just coming in.
We begin this hour with the latest developments. We're coming on the air with some shakeups big time on Capitol Hill.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are. NBC News, streaming free now.
While New York City is home to America's largest Chinatown, the honor of the oldest goes to San Francisco, and that's where the Far East Cafe is located. It is one of the last remaining historic Chinese banquet halls. After a 2-year hiatus, this celebrated venue hosted the 64th annual Miss Chinatown USA pageant, a Lunar New Year tradition. The occasion marking a triumphant milestone for the century-old institution. Bill Lee has owned the Far East Cafe since 1999. His daughter Kathy working by his side as the manager.
He brought me into the restaurant to kind of understand the roots of our culture. He wanted me to remember that, Chinatown is about community, is about traditions, is about culture.
For many in the community, Chinese banquet halls are more than just venues for special events.
I feel that Far East is kind of like a second home for, a lot of our patrons that come in because they feel so comfortable. So much history and so many memories, A lot of patrons that have been here, they told me, they're like, oh, my parents had my red egg ginger party. It's very similar to like a baptism. And that was like 50-something years ago.
And that history is everywhere you look at Far East.
The ceilings, like my dad mentioned, the high ceilings, the moldings are all original. And the lanterns were all imported from China in the 1920s. So they're over 100+ years old.
For the last few decades, there were 5 giant banquet-style restaurants in San Francisco's Chinatown. But with rising rents and gentrification, most have since closed their doors. By early 2020, only 2 banquet halls remained.
The Far East Cafe planned to celebrate its 100-year anniversary with a big celebration. Instead, it's now planning to close its doors.
At the start of the pandemic, the restaurant stayed afloat by cooking meals for senior citizens and low-income residents in Chinatown.
We applied for a PPP loan, and we got over $200,000. We also received money from the feed and fuel program. Then our landlord gave us 6 months of free rent.
Beyond COVID, a different type of virus brought more harm to Chinatowns across the country. Anti-Asian hate crimes soaring by nearly 340% in 2021.
When this started happening, I felt very, very sad and also very angry because I'm like, why is this happening to Chinatown? Why is it happening to our community? You know, for these people to target elderly people, to push them down, to rob them, don't they realize that they have grandparents too, or they have parents that are that age? And if that happened to their parents, how would they feel?
People saw the attacks when they watched the news and heard reports, and they got even more scared. They don't want to go out, even for special events like the Mid-Autumn Festival. We tried to invite them, but they didn't want to come.
We used to be open until 10 o'clock before pandemic. Sometimes we would stay out here until midnight if we had events. Now we can't do that. We changed the business hours to close at 7:30 because safety is the most important thing.
Business owners across Chinatown still face hostility. George and Cindy Chen opened China Live in 2017.
We've been lucky. We've only had a couple instances where, people scream anti-Asian slurs. And we're concerned about our employees, coming to work and being harassed. I think that ignorance is very unfortunate.
China Live is a massive marketplace with multiple restaurants. It's in a building that once housed a banquet hall like Far East.
I remember coming to a wedding here when I was in college, and there were, I think literally 5,000 people in like 6 restaurants. But unfortunately, real estate was getting very expensive, so it's not very cost effective if you don't have that business.
But 2 years ago, the couple had to lay off 200 workers. However, with the support of partners, George and Cindy were able to pivot their business on a few fronts.
We did, the Ghost Kitchen was selling outside our box. So we have 10 locations in the Bay Area, from San Jose to Berkeley, and they can order food from those ghost kitchens.
Ghost kitchens prepare restaurant-quality food exclusively for delivery or takeout.
We sold so many Peking ducks, we didn't know what to do with all the duck fat. So what do? You make popcorn with it. So that's why we have a duck fat popcorn.
As business picked up, China Live was able to rehire 100 workers. Despite an uncertain future, these restaurants remain hopeful that business will rebound.
More police presence. People are more, as a community, standing up for ourselves, making sure that we have the buddy system, making sure that we're together and we feel safe, that we're walking together, that we have each other's back.
Dining out is an essential part of life, right? What more fun is to look forward to having dinner with friends you haven't seen at a new place or an old favorite place.
But some old favorites just can't be replaced.
During the pandemic, many restaurants have shut down. Far East is now the biggest restaurant in Chinatown. If Far East closes, there won't be space big enough to host large events for the community.
We were overjoyed having that Miss Chinatown USA event here, a press conference, and just being able to reconnect with the community. It warmed my heart. And my dad was just so overjoyed that people were coming in just to celebrate.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You get one beautiful life to live. What are you going to do?
This show is so fun, but having you as a positive force means really the world to me.
Jenna doesn't stop till it's sold, okay?
We have this circle of women that love each other.
I decided I'm going to go with the rhythm of life.
And you love riding the wave.
This is a moment we're in right now. This is really electric.
Yeah.
I love you too.
This is what it looks and feels
With the latest, the bigger piece to the puzzle.
We begin tonight with breaking news.
How much water ultimately will be forced inland?
Whenever it happens, wherever you are, NBC News, streaming free now.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
To learn more about the future of Chinese American restaurants, I went to visit Chef Lucas Sin in New York City. This savvy chef is on a mission to save mom and pop shops from closing and putting a spin on the classics. Hey, nice to meet you.
Good to see you.
All right, can't wait to talk and taste.
Come in here.
Lucas was born and raised in Hong Kong. Growing up, he had never heard of dishes like General Tso's chicken. What was your first experience with Chinese American food?
Yeah.
And did you go, what the heck is this?
I was here for summer camp, and on Tuesdays at 10 o'clock or so, right before bedtime, this van would pull up in the front of the school, and you could pick between sesame chicken, General Tso's chicken, orange chicken with broccoli and fried rice or white rice or whatever it was. The first thought was that this is ridiculously delicious, where has this been my whole life? And the second thought is that what in the world is the difference between orange chicken and General Tso's chicken and sesame chicken? Why is there so much that I don't understand about this if last time I checked it was Chinese?
Lucas actually studied cognitive science at Yale, but he always had a passion for cooking. His summers spent training in award-winning restaurants in Hong Kong and Japan. After graduating in 2015, Lucas opened his first restaurant with Yale classmate Yang Zhao. Junzi Kitchen is a fast casual chain that serves modern Chinese fare. But Lucas remained passionate about the Chinese American cuisine he first tasted as a boy. So how did Chinese American food, the food that we have become familiar with, how did that develop? How did that happen?
Now, Chinese takeout is interesting, right? Because it's all over the United States.
So these folks come in, they apprentice in a restaurant, they learn those recipes, and
they
then
go
move
somewhere
on
else, right?
to open their own
Exactly.
restaurant.
And then their cousins come from Fujian, and then those recipes are passed on. And there's a remarkable similarity to these dishes.
Despite the popularity of Chinese American food, many family-owned restaurants that once dotted Chinatowns and other urban areas have been closing for years.
Opening restaurants is really difficult, and running restaurants is perhaps even more difficult. These moms and dads open these restaurants so that their kids can go to university and become lawyers and doctors and television hosts and whatnot. And now they're finally able to do that. They don't need to run these restaurants anymore, right? Suddenly livelihoods have changed. That's a good thing.
Lucas and Yang hatched an idea to help smaller businesses in 2019. Nice Day seeks out restaurants facing closure, then works with the owners to remodel the space and update the menus. The pandemic stalled the team's initial plans, but the second location in Long Island is slated to open this spring.
It's important to me that these new Chinese American takeout restaurants that we're building called Nice Day work with the previous generation of owners, because they have a lot of knowledge that we don't. They know their customers, they know what sells, they know how to cook these dishes, they have recipes.
You raise an interesting point, Lucas, in that you talk to these retired Chinese restaurant owners. Is that part of the sense of trying to memorialize what could be lost.
Now, preserving recipes is part of it, but the other important part is preserving the way business is done. Chinese takeout restaurants are one of the few restaurants in the world that if they're open from, let's say, 11 to 10, the work hours are 11 to 10. They don't have any prep hours. The same cooks that do the wok stir fries are also prepping during the day. It's ridiculously efficient, and it's got to do with the setup and the way that these kitchens are run, but it's also important to us that we give back to this last generation and that we can make sure that owners who want to retire can retire well, and that legacy can be preserved in a new type of American Chinese takeout restaurant.
While Nice Day pays homage to popular Chinese-American recipes, Lucas has been celebrated for his innovative fusion dishes. In 2021, he was named one of Food and Wine's best new chefs.
We serve a mapo mac and cheese here, which is a variation on that dish. It's fusion-y and it's silly and it's just an attempt to do something ridiculous. It doesn't make any sense. It betrays every chef sensibility that I have, but unfortunately it's delicious and it's interesting and it gets people talking.
Finally, it's time to eat. Lucas showing me how to make his signature dish. How do we get started?
So the mapo mac and cheese, the mac and the cheese elements are rigorously American. This is elbow macaroni,
right?
Cooked halfway, and this is Velveeta. But the mapo element is going to be in the form of a mapo sauce, if you will. The last two elements that really sort of take this over the edge is Chinese sausage.
Oh.
It can function like bacon, and some dried shiitake mushrooms that we've rehydrated. So to start off with, we're just going to cut a couple of things. And this tofu we will then put into the deep fryer.
This concludes the chopping portion of our program. Next, garlic and ginger are cooked till fragrant. Then, spicy bean paste and soybean paste are added to start the sauce. Mushroom broth is added, the mixture brought to a boil so the flavors infuse. Can I give that a try?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, here you go. So your left hand's on the wok? Yeah.
Yes. I can't get any altitude on this thing. Nothing's coming up. That's why the pros do it, baby.
At this point, everything's smelling quite good. So the macaroni is going to go in, as well as the soup we just made. Once it's boiling and happy, 2 slices of the best
Velveeta
American cheese. Wait for that Velveeta to melt. And you see that sauce is already beautifully tied together. We like to plate this dish in the Chinese takeout box.
Oh, wow.
Because it's silly.
Well, why not? It's fun. Boom.
Some fried tofu puffs as croutons go over the top. That's a little bit of texture and the homage to the original mapo tofu. These fresh scallions are actually really important because they cut through the heaviness of the original dish.
Wow. Just a little spice, the creaminess, the crunch of the tofu.
I hope you get a little bit of the Chinese sausage, yeah.
Whoa, you've never had mac and cheese like this. Amid a global pandemic, changing family dynamics, and anti-Asian racism, Chinatowns across America and the communities that sustain them face a challenging road ahead.
Every business that is open right now is still fighting for its life. And I think that the best way to fight the anti-Asian hate is to show our love for the community. Come to Chinatown or your local Asian American Pacific Islander restaurant, store, market, give them your business. We have lost so much during the pandemic, and I think it makes us all so much more conscious that we have to protect what we love.
The hills are alive with the sights and smells and tastes. Ah, come on, it's a food show. Now, nothing says autumn quite like apple. Whether it's a trip to an orchard like this, a warm slice of apple pie, or cheering with